Welcome back. It's a Monday morning. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
Everything sound okay?
Yeah.
Uh-oh. What's going on?
We're good.
What's going on?
Right.
Okay, all right. I am live from Kansas City, Missouri, or Kansas. I don't even know where I am right now.
In Missouri.
No, so I found out that apparently the state line runs down like right the middle of where I am.
Oh.
So it's possible one ass cheek is in Kansas and one ass cheek is in Missouri.
Look at you, double cheeking.
It is 35 degrees in Rochester, New York right now. It'll get up into the low 40s. Cloudy, but it doesn't look like there's going to be any precipitation. Although windy, it looks like, Tommy.
A little breezy, but it looks like after this, it's like no snow, nice. 40s.
Right. Nice.
Yeah.
Okay, can we talk? Can we have a conversation?
Yeah, go ahead. Whatever.
Oh, all right. Well, I've been in Kansas City all weekend. Went to the game yesterday. Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Really?
There is a lot to talk about, which we will get to throughout the show. But this was like my first adult business trip.
Ooh, look at you, businessman.
Well, that's just it. I mean, this isn't really business. We talk for a living, and we're all a bunch of idiots. And everybody in this business, radio, Tommy, you've been here. They're all idiots, right?
Yeah, we're all C students or less.
Exactly, but there's still this corporate thing that you kind of have to do when everybody gets together.
Yeah.
Okay, but what's weird about that is when everybody gets together, no matter the business, when the work is over, it becomes a party.
Yeah, it's drinking time.
Okay, and that's what it's been all weekend long.
Oh, really?
And when you travel for work, you can get caught in this weird spot.
What happened?
Well, Tommy, when you're drinking with your coworkers and boss and stuff that you don't really know that well,
Yeah.
you don't want to overdo it because obviously the folks you work with, your boss, will think you're unprofessional.
Now you tell me.
But at the same time, if they're getting after it, you don't want to be the wet blanket.
No,
right?
you gotta keep up.
Yeah. So, it's this weird line you have to toe, and the folks I've been with all weekend have been getting after it, and oh, my God.
Really?
Bro, I don't know.
Not holding back much.
No, I mean, this place, it's a lot like us where there's, you drink to have fun, right? You drink watching the game, you drink to be social, you drink hanging around watching television. So that's kind of what we've been doing. And I don't know if I ingratiated myself to everybody or if I have ruined my career with what happened this weekend. I'm being sincere, man. I have no idea. I mean,
it's the Midwest. They're pretty casual.
Yeah.
At least it used to be.
No, I mean, they're laid back and kind and everything.
Yeah.
And yeah. But they don't have a fast-talking, punk-ass New York kid drinking with them.
No, that's true.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because, I get in on Saturday, and we immediately went out to the bars, and we're hanging out doing that thing. And then, go back to the hotel at 1, 2 in the morning, pass out, get up the next day. We immediately go to lunch, and everyone starts drinking. And they had me in a suite yesterday for the game.
Damn.
I mean, they take care of the top talent, Tommy.
Oh, who was there?
Bro, Eric Stone Street from Modern Family was in the suite next to me.
So when you put that picture
No
out,
kidding.
I don't know him by that name. I just know him. It's the fat guy from Modern Family. I go, who's Eric Stone Street?
Bro, if you go to my Twitter account, at Duffy at WCMF, he looks miserable.
Yes, he does. All in
Miserable.
red, too. Fat guys in red just don't.
No,
you can't
you're right.
pull it off.
It's not
Only
a happy
Andy Reid.
Yeah.
But we get up in this suite and it's unlimited beer and it's a bunch of radio people. So Tommy, when you leave free illicit substances around radio people, so bro, it was just all weekend nonstop party. And then that was over. We ended up going back to a dude we work with's house and we kept getting after it there.
Oh, so you went to the boss's house?
Yes.
But damn.
Yeah. I mean, well,
He's probably a millionaire guy.
Well, he had enough beer. I think I drank him out of $1 million worth of beer. But the hour change here too, I'm an hour behind, so it's 5 o'clock in the morning here. So that wake up call this morning.
Oh, it had to be brutal.
Oh my God, came early, and again, based on how much was happening and the drinking and everything, I don't know if hey, this guy's cool, or if I'm gonna leave and they're gonna have a call with corporate, hey, this man has a problem, we need to get him the heck out of here. How are you supposed to walk that line with people you don't know?
You can't. You just got to feel it out. You know?
Okay, look, man, you tell me we got to feel it out. You're just like I am. Feeling it out when it comes to alcohol is not our specialty.
True. True. But if they're all drinking,
Yeah,
too,
let
they
them
probably
take the
don't even
lead. Yeah.
They probably don't even remember if they're drinking like that.
Okay. Well, like there's that moment
Yeah.
of like that one step too far, that one drink too far. And it's hard to know where that drink is when everybody's got a drink in their hand. Because, like, when the game started, we're all just ba 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 ba.
Yeah.
Everyone's slowing them down. We're having a good time. Ba 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 ba. And then around halftime, everybody started slowing down. I didn't need to drive home,
Oh, yeah. So you're fine.
so I did not slow down.
Okay.
But there was a point in the fourth quarter where I've got a beer in my hand, and I've been drinking all day. And I look down at my feet, and there are like 6 empties in front of me,
Oh.
and I'm the only one that has that. And it was one of those moments like, oh my God, I've made a terrible mistake. Because, like, you can't casually and secretly pick up 6 empties and walk them down a row of seats where nobody notices. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But, you had fun.
Oh, it was definitely fun. I'm just trying to figure out if it was worth, potentially losing my job over.
Nah, it's not a career-ending move unless you like lose it, like you bodily. You know what I'm saying? Throw up or wet yourself. I think you're fine.
So there was a point last
Where
night.
you wet yourself?
No, I didn't wet myself. I almost wet myself, and I was wearing light jeans, which I wish I would have worn darker jeans. That would have saved everything.
Oh.
But, like, we had been drinking all day, and I'm hanging out at this dude's house, and there was a point where it was like something might be, we're eating like garbage, and it's barbecue everywhere, which was amazing, right?
Yeah.
But, like, there was a point where I felt it, like, kind of coming back up at, like, 11 o'clock, and I'm like, do not puke at this man's house. Do not puke at this man's house. Oh, my God, hold it down, hold it down.
Oh, no.
But we held it together, guys. We did it.
All
We
right.
did
Nice.
So were you with the guy were you with the boss this morning?
it. Yeah, he's the one that picked me up and drove me in.
Oh, you're fine then.
Well, what's he going to do? Leave me at the hotel?
No, I mean, how was the ride in?
I mean, we were talking, but you never know with this corporate stuff, Tommy. You know that.
Yeah.
Like, hey, yeah, no, great to see you. And then you get back and you are fired. Like, like,
Hey, if you get fired, at least you got to go in a suite once.
this is true. This
Sweet
is true.
ride out.
252 WCMF. I do have a question. I'm live from Kansas City this morning. Kimmy and Tommy back in the studio. I went to the Chiefs game yesterday, and it was just drinking with these coworkers, bosses I had never met before. When you go on these business trips, how do you ride that throttle? Like, folks that travel for a living and are meeting new people they work with all the time. Like, what is the standard rule when it comes to this stuff? How do you know that you've gone too far? Like, Tommy, when you're drinking with coworkers, is there something in yourself where you go, I've gone too far, I got to pull
Oh
it
yeah.
back? What is it?
I've gotten in so much trouble over the years drinking in front of bosses. And I've always gone past it, and I've gotten in trouble. But what are they going to do? I mean, you gave me the alcohol, man.
Oh, that is such a cop-out BS thing to say.
Don't serve people.
Hey, man, you gave me the alcohol. What am I supposed to do, not drink it?
Yeah. I mean, I have pissed people off with drinking at events, but they get over it.
Okay.
Screw them, man. I mean, you want me to have a good time or what?
That is the worst take I've ever heard. Get over it. Yeah, I got drunk. Yeah, I embarrassed myself and all of us. Get over it, man.
Here's what I always say: F them guys. F them guys. You don't want me here? Then send me home. You hired me, you idiot. You gave me beer, idiot. It ain't on me. You're the big boss man. You
Put
run
that
your
on a
show.
T-shirt. F them guys.
F them guys.
I would like to buy the "You Gave Me Beer, Idiot" T-shirt. Personally, that's me. No, but like Tommy, you can't live your life in a normal world going, "You're the one that gave me alcohol. You're the idiot for screwing this up."
You can try.
Okay, man.
But listen, man, don't ruin your weekend worrying about stuff like this.
Oh, I mean, it's Monday. My weekend was wonderful. I'm ruining my week worrying about stuff like this. That's what's going to happen.
I mean, this guy sounds like the boss was drinking, right?
Yeah. But I mean, it's different. And I think here's where I'm getting a little bit nervous. Like, if I'm back with you guys and everyone we work with, in Rochester,
Yeah.
I know everybody's foibles.
Yeah.
And, you know what I mean? Like, I understand, like, what too far is and what we can talk about and not.
Yeah.
Here, I don't know any of that.
You don't know the line.
Exactly. I'm going blind. So it's very possible I said, did, offended. So I don't know. We're going to find out this week based on the emails that I get within the next couple of days.
Here's my take on the Midwest. All right, and I spent a lot of time there, like you did, traveling around. Right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They are the closeted, creepiest, drinkingest, pervious people I've ever met in my life. They put on this facade. We're good old wholesome. You don't have to lock your doors, and we all go to church. And they're so full of crap. They're the nastiest, creepiest people I've ever seen behind closed doors. Like the creepiest comics I ever worked with, Midwest. Bosses, bar owners. Think of it, half the serial killers come out of the Midwest. Jeffrey Dahmer happened in the Midwest. Remember that.
Yeah, but
Okay.
we also don't have a great track record when it comes to serial killers.
Ours are way in the back.
Okay.
Back.
All right.
Hey, you gave me the rope and the knife. What am I supposed to do? Not murder people?
So I listen, man, you can't upset these people.
All right.
They're a lot hardcore than you realize.
No, I mean, to your point, and we'll get into this story after 9 o'clock. There were two Midwestern folks. Everybody has been so kind. Like, Tommy, you know that Midwestern hospitality is different than what we're used to, right? Like, everyone was cool. Going to that game yesterday, I got all my Bill stuff on. I was in a sea of red the entire time. They could not have been nicer. I was just laughing, having a good time, with the exception of two people. And we'll get into the story after 9 o'clock because it's completely bananas. It'll be interesting to see as I'm walking out of here what my goodbye is going to be like.
Oh,
you
yeah.
You know what I mean? You can tell from the goodbye.
How you getting to the airport?
He's driving me, our
Oh,
boss.
the boss is driving you right to the airport.
Yeah, right after the show, I got to screw right out of here.
Man, look at that.
Nice.
Moving and shaking, baby. I'm a jet setter now, live from Kansas City. Missouri or Kansas. I don't know where my ass cheek is right now. I got to say, man, I know this is going to be the most hack-like tourist thing. I have not had barbecue like this because, like, Sticky Lips is amazing. And Dinosaur is fantastic. I love both of those places, right? Like, we have good places. There is just something about that Kansas City barbecue.
Yeah, they do it right.
But I can't put my finger on what it is. I love going to Sticky Lips. I'll eat all day. I love going to Dinosaur. I'll eat all day. But there's just something little and different about that Kansas City barbecue, and I can't figure out what it is.
Maybe because they're so close to the cows. They can just lop it right off their ass cheek and onto the grill.
Bro, that's the other weird thing.
Yeah.
But-
Is, like, Kimmy, have you been to Kansas City before?
No, I've never been.
So, Tommy, you remember this, and I forgot about it. Kansas City's a metropolitan town, right?
Yeah,
There's a
big
lot of
city.
people that. Yeah. But it's, like, literally right next to the stockyards where they raise the cows.
Yeah.
Right? So you'll drive away from, like, this cool, like, hipster bar area, and there's 500 cows waiting to be murdered and brought to this restaurant down the street.
Right.
It's
Yeah,
the
it's
weirdest
very,
thing.
it's got that,
Very fresh.
it's got that rancher mentality.
Yeah.
He's right. He's absolutely right. Okay. We have a dynamite, hopefully I don't get fired, kind of break them for you this morning here on CMF. It is a post-game Monday, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, boy.
Oh, my God. Kimmy, you okay over there?
No.
Just watching.
It just felt like, oh no, we've seen this before. Oh no, there it is. Wait a second.
Tommy, you were saying?
Oh, that whole Mahomes melting down at the
Yeah.
end was
Oh
hysterical.
God. What a sore loser.
Oh, God, it's so great. So Tommy made his picks. We got to recap Tommy's picks from yesterday. I'm sure you did great,
I don't know.
Yeah, I love it. Yeah, Mahomes meltdown was awesome. I got never mind.
I don't even want to talk about it.
Just after 9, we have to talk about your responsibility as an opposing fan. Whether it's in another stadium, whether it's in a bar or a restaurant where you're surrounded by folks that are not cheering for the same team you are. Because, Kimmy, you've gone to games with me. I like to think I'm a pretty fun and charming sports guy. Oh, my God.
Yeah. Well, I've only been to home games with you, so I don't know what you're like, when you're trying to be Mr. Outgoing opposing fan.
Okay, I will tell you the story just after 9 o'clock because two old people, I could not believe, Tommy, what happened. Wow. I could not believe it. And just after 6:40, it is amazing what a difference 3 hours makes because walking into this game yesterday, the Bills were far outside a playoff spot and a loss pretty much ended their season. And all of a sudden, as we sit, we are 2 weeks away from winning the AFC East again.
Damn.
We will get to all of that on a post-game Monday here in the break room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy.
Yeah.
Why don't we start with not professional sports, but amateur sports?
Oh, what happened?
Well, how about the Olympiad, Tommy?
Wait, the one coming up?
Nope. The one coming up after the one coming up. because there is a city in our region that is trying to step up to save the Winter Olympics in 2026.
Oh, they're trying to get it here?
No, it's already been distributed. It's a very confusing story. In fact, what they're trying to do might be the stupidest thing you've ever heard.
Oh, I can't wait to hear.
However, the fact that they haven't gotten one of these in as long as they have it doesn't make any sense because Rochester could be a part of something huge here, Tommy. We'll get into it next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. It's an event for the world, Tommy.
What's that?
And the opportunity to host it, countries pay billions of dollars for. And it's that billions of dollars that's causing a problem for a country that said, hey, we can handle this, no issues at all. And one place from our region is stepping up to say, hey, if things get bad, we can help.
Oh.
And although it's very nice of them to offer, this might be the stupidest idea we've ever heard.
I can't wait to hear.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. I am live in Kansas City. Kimmy and Tommy back in the studios just after 6:45. I mean, the reason I'm in Kansas City was this Bills game yesterday. And it is amazing how a matter of 3 hours can have Bills fans going from worst season of all time to buckle up for the run.
Oh,
All
yeah.
right.
Think of how different your morning would be right now. That would be lingering well into today.
Well, it would be a requiem for a season. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like, we'd be sitting here having a funeral for whatever this was, and now everybody is back and they believe, and we'll get into it just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. Tommy,
Yeah.
Lake Placid has offered to host the sliding sports for the 2026 Winter Olympics.
The
Aren't-
sliding sports.
Aren't they all sliding sports?
Well,
What else do you do in the snow and the ice?
So
there's
specifically,
gliding and sliding.
Gliding and sliding
Wait.
and a grind.
if we weren't on delay, that would have been great. Tommy, sliding sports they define as bobsled, luge, and skeleton.
Okay.
Gotcha.
All right. So
So
the
The,
little
the
car,
most dangerous ones.
the ones with cars,
The ones with cars.
little cart thing.
Well, no, the sleds.
Well, it's kind of like a snow
Call
car.
them cars.
What do you call it? Vehicle.
I know this guy. He got a bronze medal in go-karts last year at the Olympics. So, as we all know, Lake Placid, they have all the facilities based on the last times they've hosted it twice, the Olympics already.
Yeah, but those things have got to be old as crap, man. That was like 1980.
Well, but
Au
they.
contraire,
I was gonna
Tommy.
say, don't they keep that up to like for tourism purposes?
Yeah, but you know, like when you go see some of them tourist traps, they're all rusty as
Well, people
junk.
but people train there. I think.
They do.
Kimmy nailed it. Yes,
Yeah.
a lot of the East Coast U.S. Winter Olympic hopefuls train in Lake
Right.
Placid. So all of that stuff apparently is up to date and safe and ready to roll.
Yeah. All right.
So, I mean, look, they have all the facilities. This is really cool. Lake Placid's a great little town. And how great would it be to have the Olympics that close to us again, Tom?
All right.
There's just one small problem with this proposal.
What was that?
The 2026 Olympics that they're offering to help with
Yeah.
are in Italy.
Okay.
Okay.
So Italy can't handle all this?
Yeah, believe it or not, some folks in Italy said they would do stuff they couldn't afford.
Imagine that.
So there's no other like neighboring countries that would. I mean, like there are like, wintry places around there that I would
They're
think would be
right
much
next-
closer than Lake Placid.
They're by the Alps, they're right by
Yeah.
France and Switzerland.
Exactly.
To answer your question, you guys are absolutely right. Austria and Switzerland are being looked at as places because the Italians, at least according to the story I was reading, are having a hard time being able to afford all the stuff they need to build and get it up by the time the Olympics are going to happen, Tommy.
What year is it again?
2026.
22. Okay. Yeah. You're kind of close.
The funds are low, a little short.
So
That's
they have
that
to,
guy.
they have to build a brand new hockey arena, and they said the arena could not be operational until like 4 weeks before the
Oh my
Olympics.
gosh.
Like they don't have any place to play hockey?
Yeah,
They
you
need
would
a
think
second
that's
one.
an easy one. Like even if worst comes to worst, just build a little ice rink.
Yeah.
You can't have the best hockey players in the world
Why
playing
not?
on
Be kind of unique.
Yeah.
All
Outside.
you need is the ice.
outside.
So with that being said, look, I think that the folks in Lake Placid, as they offer to host the sliding sports for the Italian Winter Games in 2026, look, I think that Lake Placid knows they have no shot at helping
Yeah.
here. However, it feels like, Tommy, they're trying to put themselves back on the map.
Okay, well, I mean, I didn't know. I thought the place was all run down and just a joke.
When's the last time you went?
Oh God, when I was a little kid.
Okay, you haven't been there in 50 years, and you didn't want to Google that before you made that statement?
I never Google before I make statements. I statement first, Google later.
Put
Have
that
that
on a
guy.
T-shirt. Like, it is remarkable with the knowledge that we have. Like, Tommy, if it's outside of the U.S. or China, it feels like every country that hosts this stuff ends up in a really bad shape afterwards.
Yeah, they all tank because they can't afford it. And then they're stuck
stuff
with all
just
this
gets
stuff.
let go, and just isn't the one the Athens
Oh
all
my
those
God.
facilities that they built, and that was like 2000, I think,
Yeah.
and it's all like gone to crap.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It destroyed their economy.
Yeah.
No exaggeration. But so with all that being said, how has there not been a proposed combined New York Canadian Olympic Games?
They should.
I thought they have proposed that in the past, like
We
Toronto,
proposed
Buffalo.
it.
No,
We
okay.
proposed
Gotcha.
it.
Canada's like, nah, we're good.
Well, I mean, I don't know if Canada listens to us. So
Because Canada hosted the Winter Olympics.
yeah, they've done Calgary, right?
Yeah,
Is there anywhere
remember
else?
that Eddie the Eagle guy? He got famous from England doing the ski jump.
Nope.
You don't remember Eddie the Eagle?
I was born in 1986.
That might have been the year he showed up.
88.
Yeah. I think that was Calgary, though.
No, I think you might be right.
Yeah.
Well, then
But,
maybe Canada's just like, if we're gonna do it, we could just do it ourselves. Like, I
But
guess
they
they
Well,
don't
we
can't.
can share it, you know, so they
Yeah,
don't
but
have
they
to.
got Toronto. They got.
Yeah.
They have. I mean, they have like a lot of
They got it
neighboring
all.
cities.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, but walk through this with me, right?
Okay.
Like, if Lake Placid wants to be back on the map and do this stuff, I think Lake Placid now having a modern Olympic Games would be almost impossible to host the whole thing because it is such a small place.
Well,
in
who's
the
staying
Olympics.
there?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So, if you were to do a combination New York Canadian Olympic Games, you have hockey arenas in Toronto, Buffalo, Montreal, Manhattan, Brooklyn, and Long Island. You have Olympic quality venues for the rest of the winter sports in Lake Placid. All of those places would be at most a 7-hour drive away from each other, furthest point to furthest point, and you would have so many major cities involved.
Oh, yeah.
Right? New York, Toronto, Montreal, Buffalo. And that brings out the Rochesterers and the Syracusers and the Albanesers and the tri-state area and all of Ontario and Quebec and Canada. And the best part, you would have to spend like no money.
Right. It's a dunk
How has this not happened?
because you got to bid.
Yeah.
And the bid,
they're
it's
they're bigger
basically who
cities,
coughs it up. You know, so
Here we go. Dirty business Olympics, Tommy.
bro, you know how it works.
How does it work? Explain it to me.
You got to put the green in the right hands.
Oh, now it's. Did you just change your whole phrase?
What?
You can get the green, put it in the till. Now
Well,
it's,
you
you got to
gotta
get the green, put it in the right hands.
You got to grease the wheels, man, and that's how these countries get it.
Ah.
Think about the places you never knew existed. All of a sudden they go, oh wow, they have a beach.
You mean like Lake Placid?
No, like Russia. All of
No,
a sudden
I
this place
know.
Sochi shows up. I never heard of Sochi. All of a sudden it's like all this money comes into this little town. Now it's like a resort area. And I never heard of that town. They built all that stuff. And
Well,
then
was that the one that like they didn't think that was going to be done in time?
It wasn't done in
Yeah,
time.
okay.
It was all like,
And like
people
people were getting sick or something.
Yeah, they just start throwing
Yeah, it
stuff
was
up
not
at the
great.
last minute. They weren't even prepared, but they got the money into the right
Yeah.
hands and they got the bid.
Okay, but let me ask you a question in all sincerity, right? Because you want to be like, and you're probably right, right? There's a lot of scandal around it. There's been documentaries and articles, but as we talk about Lake Placid over the weekend, offered to host the bobsled, luge, and skeleton events for the 2026 Olympics because they're not gonna. It looks like they're not gonna have this stuff built in time. They can't afford it. The only problem is those Olympics are in Italy, and Lake Placid is 4 hours from us. Tommy, you say it's these places you never heard of that get the bid. If you didn't live in New York, you would have no idea Lake Placid existed.
Well, no, I know of it because it's hosted stuff.
No, that's my point. That's my point. Nobody knew what Lake Placid was
no.
until it
Before.
hosted the Olympics.
Yeah.
So how do you sit here and go like, man, a place like Sochi, never even heard of it, so tiny. Yeah, Lake Placid, nice place. I've heard of it because of the Olympics. Dumbass. The hell are you talking
Well, I don't know
about?
how it worked years ago when they got these things. The Olympics weren't that big of a deal. Now they're like huge.
Did you say the Olympics weren't that big of a
They
deal?
weren't
I would
that
argue
big
they
of
were
a
probably
deal.
a bigger deal back in the day. No.
Did you just say the Olympics back
got
in the
big.
day were not that big? Kimmy's right.
First
It was a
Olympics,
That's
they
all
were-
anybody paid attention to.
First Olympics, they were naked. They didn't even have clothes.
Are we talking about the
No, we're-
Greeks?
Yeah, I don't know. Now we're going way, way back. But
No, the
still
Italians, when they
probably a big
hosted it
deal.
last time.
No, Tommy,
What?
we can all name. I wasn't even alive for some of these 60s and 70s Olympic events, and I can name multiple athletes. You cannot name me 5 Olympic athletes from the last Olympics.
Oh.
You can't name me one.
The last Olympics.
The last Olympics, Tommy, name me a single Olympian from the last Olympics.
Did that Phelps kid swim in that
No.
one?
Nope.
No.
He was done.
Who was his buddy? The other
I don't know which one you're talking
The
about.
other
And the
kid.
other one flamed out quicker than he did.
Oh, Ryan Lochte.
Yeah.
Ryan Lochte from Canandaigua
Yeah,
Zone.
Canandaigua kid.
Cha.
Yeah, no, I can't.
Okay, so how do you sit here and go, yeah, it was a much bigger deal than now than it is? I can't name
Well, it
any
just
of
seems
them.
like there's more corporate money. It's more
Mad.
He's just saying buzzwords now.
Yes.
He is. Oh, that corporate money got into Sochi, man, and they
Well, think
made
like
it.
China got involved, but they had the huge one. And they
China
built-
got involved.
Well,
They've
it isn't-
always been involved in the
No,
Olympics.
but China never hosted people back in the day. They didn't have no money.
Well, there are some cities that are like repeating having the Olympics before others actually like win the bid.
Well, that's L.A., right? That's coming up.
Yeah, LA. had 'em.
LA and wasn't there one like somewhat? Is Beijing getting another Olympics?
Probably.
And that wasn't that long ago.
You know,
that
Beijing, they work it.
Okay.
They're going to hold those pandas up for ransom.
Hold the pandas up for ransom.
So, where's the next one? Paris?
Yes.
Yes.
Yep, that's the one that I've seen all the commercials for.
I don't think, maybe they've never hosted before.
Let's see.
Okay, while Kimmy's on that, let me ask you this question again as we talk about Lake Placid offering to host the luge, skeleton, and bobsled for the Italian Games in 2026 because the Italians can't afford to build this stuff.
Paris has hosted 3 times.
Really?
Yeah.
No kidding.
Man, it must have been way back
It
in
was.
the
It
day.
was 1924.
24.
And now again. So almost 100 years ago.
Wow.
God
Exactly
damn.
100 years ago.
Would you guys pay to go to any events if there was a Toronto, Buffalo, Montreal, New York City, Lake Placid Olympics?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
Why
Like,
not,
so,
Tommy? Why not? Why
A
wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you,
Buffalo one,
Tommy?
yeah.
So I went to bobsledding at the ones that were in Utah.
I forgot you're such a spoiled brat. You've been to multiple Olympics.
Multiple Olympics.
And he's like, I don't even care. I just went in for free.
So I went to see bobsledding because that's what they offered, right?
Okay.
It sucks so hard.
Really? I would think that would be a cool one to
can't
see in
see it.
person. No?
You can't see it because how that
just-
thing is. So you could stand if you can get to that edge.
Yeah.
You can barely see it as they go by because they're flying. What they're
Right.
doing, like
so they
80,
probably keep
90.
you far away.
Well, you can, but it's so deep because everybody's standing there. So I ended up watching it on the jumbotron like I was sitting in a hotel, and you're
Okay.
freezing your ass off. It was like it blew, man.
Listen to the break room on CMF, the only place you will hear a man complaining about being paid to go to 2 Olympics.
So I did that, and I went to the aerials.
Okay.
The aerial.
You know where they flip around? It was the
Oh,
first
the
year of
skis. Oh,
the
gotcha.
crazy stuff.
Gotcha. That would be cool.
Saw a guy
I've
wipe
never,
out pretty
I was going to say,
bad.
I've never seen that in person.
It was all right.
Oh, you talking about Sammy the Sparrow?
Yeah, man. What a kid. What a kid, the Sparrow.
No, Kimmy, I mean, I would kill to have the opportunity to go
Yeah.
to any Olympic event just to like check it off the bucket list.
Oh, yeah. I've never been to an Olympics.
Yeah, it's no big deal. I'll bring in the pictures one day.
Okay.
Shut up. I mean, Kimmy, you haven't really had an opportunity to go to many sporting
No.
events outside of Western New York.
No, yeah. I don't get offered those kind of things.
No, it sucks. You would have had so much fun.
Yeah, I bet. It was a blast.
Yesterday,
I saw
I
you
mean-
on the field. And,
No, it was-
you know,
I was out on the
all
field. That
fun
was-
stuff.
I'll tell you guys about that. That was awesome. But more importantly, is what happened on that field after I left it yesterday.
Oh.
Because, Kimmy, you have to admit,
Yeah.
Bills fans were not feeling great.
No, I think it just felt like, we've seen this before. It's nothing new.
In a matter of 3 hours from kickoff to the end of that game, the feeling of this season is over to watch what's about to happen is extraordinary. And the way that it happened and the reaction from the team that we played afterwards makes it oh so much more delicious.
Wow.
And we'll get into it on a post-game Monday while I'm live in Kansas City, double burden all these Midwesterners next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Ooh, bang!
What's going on?
Yeah. Yesterday, walking into that game, Tommy, was dicey.
Oh, I bet.
Bills are on life support. You lose it, the legit hope of making the playoffs is over, right? And it is amazing the difference 3 hours can make, because all of the sudden, the Bills are not only sitting pretty playoff-wise, there is a chance that they could do something that could make this the best season we've seen in the last 6 years.
Wow.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. I am live from Kansas City.
Just let him have it.
I guess.
Yeah.
It's the first time everybody's ever said that. Happy to be in Kansas City.
Well, this morning he is.
Yeah, unless you're a jackrabbit.
What?
I don't know.
Was that one of those things where you didn't have anything, so you just said something?
No.
Is that, I don't know. I'm confused.
I came out for the game yesterday. You know, Tommy and Kimmy back in the studio, and that was the best road game experience, Tommy, I have ever had in my life. The Bills get a 17-14 win in Kansas City last night, and for the lack of points, that was still a hell of a game.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you couldn't walk away from it, you know. It's close the whole way through.
Here's what I'm dying to know.
What's that?
Because Tommy was out at the Bill Gray's Tap Room in Brockport yesterday, and I'm sure there were lots of really cool people that wanted to spend time with you.
The coolest.
Were you bored with that game yesterday?
Well, it was kind of frustrating.
But you saw the most exciting part there, right?
Yeah.
The first half where the Bills were scoring.
Yeah, but then they kept dropping a ball,
Yeah.
and then they get to turn over, and then they got a punt, and like you just see, I just kept seeing it slipping away. I go, they're gonna.
That's what it felt like. You're right.
They're gonna blow this. They're gonna
Yeah.
get all these opportunities, and they're not gonna do anything with it.
Yeah, it felt like they took their foot off the gas.
Diggs sucked. He sucked.
Harsh words.
Wow.
Dropping balls.
Wow.
They look good.
It was frustrating at times.
Yeah, it was very frustrating.
Okay.
And then I listened to a lot of it on the way home, because I forgot Brockport is 1,000 miles from my house.
Yeah, that's
Jeez.
way west side for you.
Holy Christ, man. I ran out of West Side.
So, Kimmy, to your point, Tommy, to your point, it felt like the end of that game was going to play out like we've seen the
that
last
move was insane.
Time and time again, especially this season. It's just, you know, when they're in those close game situations, and they just come up short.
But the Bills get a hold, partly because of their defense and partly because of a mistake that one of the wide receivers for Kansas City made. And let's talk about this. You all watched the game yesterday. Kadarius Toney, wide receiver for the Kansas City Chiefs, is lined up offsides. You can't do that. That's against the rules.
And it was one of those things where it wasn't questionable. It was obvious. You know what I mean?
So let's put a pin in that. I want to come back to it, Kimmy. So that amazing throwback play from Travis Kelce is wiped off the board. The touchdown is taken off the board, and the Bills manage to hold after that. And if you have been on social media since last night, if you have watched any television, both Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid are furious. And Andy Reid's face is so big, he's not furious, he's furious. Did we know that Patrick Mahomes was such a bitch-ass bitch?
No.
Yes.
We did.
I'll tell you why. Because I watched that documentary on Netflix called Quarterbacks.
Right. Yeah, you're the only one that watched it. Yeah.
So last year when he got injured, Reed wanted to get him out of the game. He wanted to stay in the game. And he just starts effing, and he's like
he's starting to
flipping
fit.
out. He's flipping. He's like a little kid.
Yeah.
And at one point, he takes his helmet and he slams it down like a little kid, and they force him to go inside and get checked because he wasn't going to go.
Yeah.
And he stomped down there just like a little kid. I go, this is embarrassing for this guy.
Yeah.
He acted just like
Just
a
the
little
same
kid,
way?
but I would have never known that if I didn't watch that documentary. It played out the same way. It was like he was doing the same thing with his helmet. He's like a 12-year-old that's being told, you got to go inside now. It's time for dinner.
Yeah. Okay, so I had never seen that reaction from him before, where his teammates were holding him back from yelling at the ref. You know what I mean?
By the
It was
way, what are you going to do at that point? Are you going to attack the referee over a call? Because, by the way, I would like to say, hey, Jason, thank you for catching me. I said the score was 17-14. It was actually 2017. It's been a long couple hours, guys. Okay, my apologies. But, Kimmy, you made a great point when it comes to the rules and the Chiefs.
Yeah, I mean, I listen, I understand that it was a pretty awesome play that got called back. Like, that was an entertaining thing. That was something you don't see every day. Like, what a way to win a game. but you can't just like ignore a rule or ignore a penalty because the play was really cool. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, and I can understand being frustrated by it, but it was obvious. They went back and looked at it, and I hope somebody shows that to Patrick Mahomes. Be like, look, man, your boy screwed up.
No,
So
but,
I don't know what to tell you.
But their argument has been, and if
Yeah.
you watch it, because like
The argument wasn't a penalty. The argument was you should have let it go, which is not a thing.
Thank you. But here's what's interesting about that and the difference between these two franchises and fan bases here in Kansas City and Buffalo. And I will say this, haven't been at the game yesterday, with the exception of two people, which we will talk about later in the show.
Yeah.
These people could not have been more kind. It was
that's
so
great.
much fun. Everyone's cool. That being said,
But you're having a good time.
Not so fast, buddy.
that being said, they have gotten so many calls over the last 5, 6, 7
Well, they're
years.
spoiled, don't forget, too, now.
And it showed.
No, but like they don't. When there's no holding in Kansas City. They don't throw flags for holding. They don't throw flags for pass interference. In the last 2 weeks, they have not gotten those calls, and they don't know what to do. Like it's funny to watch the fans yesterday because they were all under the impression that Kansas City was going to drive down the field and win that game. And the combination of that not happening, plus the fact that a flag was thrown, they could not comprehend the idea that, wait a minute, we didn't get that call. Well, you don't call that against us. You call that against them.
Yes.
Right.
You know what I mean?
And I think they're experiencing something that Bills fans know very well, and that was they shot themselves in the foot. Like most of the times when they screwed up or something got called back, it was a pretty obvious thing that they did to themselves. You know what I mean? And maybe they're just a team that's not used to making those mistakes, or to your point, they don't get called all that much, but they really have nobody to be upset with other than themselves.
But Mahomes wouldn't let it go.
Right.
Like he got, I guess he told Josh you didn't deserve the win.
Well, no.
When
he
they were
said,
like hugging each other.
He said something along the
You
lines
didn't
of that
deserve
was a
it.
BS call, blah, blah,
okay.
blah. He was bitching about the call still when he went to go shake hands at the
Right.
end of the game.
But
And
then he takes it to the press conference.
yeah,
and then he does that
double
whole
down.
move.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, did somebody like show him the footage? Because I hope he feels pretty stupid this morning.
He wanted to be told that he was offsides, and the argument is the referee, when they see that, needs to let the receiver know. But the receiver didn't look at the ref, like he wasn't looking for it.
Yeah. Yeah, and that receiver had screwed up a couple times during that game. I almost started to feel bad for that guy.
Kadarius Toney, I mean, the guy, go look at his history with the Giants. Like,
Yeah.
when you sign guys that aren't making it at other franchises, they're going to make those mistakes. And we've
Yeah.
seen that happen in Buffalo, too. Not to
Yep.
get too deep here, but, going back to, again, we're talking about this 2017 Bills win yesterday. And in Kansas City, where I am right now, the talk all morning has been the refs screwed them, and how dare you call a penalty that is legitimate on us. Going back to that interaction between Josh and Mahomes.
Yeah, the hug.
Yeah.
Yeah. The look on Josh's face and his reaction was hilarious because,
Yeah.
like, Mahomes is just incensed, right? Like,
Yeah.
oh, BS call. He's dropping F-bombs. Like, Josh looks at him and he's like, oh, I'm just out of here. And
Yeah.
he just bails.
Yeah.
Well, he kind of like taps him on the chest, like, sucks to be you this time, buddy. You know, like, I mean, why would he be bothered by
Right.
any of that?
God, it was so satisfying.
So
Yeah.
you didn't get to see this because you were at the stadium. When they pulled that move, Kelsey pulled that move, they showed the touchdown,
Yeah.
and then they showed Taylor Swift.
Oh,
up in
yeah.
the-
Yep.
And they are going insane. They are just celebrating.
Yep.
And then, oh, no.
Oh, no.
No, your boyfriend didn't get it.
Write a song about that. So, getting away from the game yesterday and pulling this out for the rest of the Bills season here.
Yeah.
The Bills right now are 7-6. The bad news is they are 5 spots out of a playoff spot, 11th place in the AFC right now. Or excuse me, 4 spots.
Okay.
While at the same time being a game back of both the Chiefs and Jaguars, division leaders in the AFC. This is insanity in the AFC playoff picture right now.
Okay.
Yeah. And I mean, it just 1 or 2 games is going to affect a whole lot.
Kimmy, the Bills are 5 games from the bottom of the division, the last place. Less than that. No, yeah, 5 games. And they are half a game out of a playoff spot.
Yep.
And 3 games away from having the best record in the AFC. I've never seen anything like this before.
And is it the Jets and Dolphins that play?
Tonight.
Is it
No, Jets played yesterday. Zach Wilson had the game of his life.
Yeah.
So, but the Dolphins play tonight?
Titans, yes.
So there's 2 Monday Night Football games?
Yeah.
tonight?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
So, look, and you bring up the Dolphins. So,
The Dolphins?
the Dolphins.
Yeah.
Here's where we're at, Tommy, and this is the most remarkable thing and might make this, if the Bills can pull it off, the greatest season we've seen in the last 6-7 years.
What's that?
All you have to do is keep within 3 games of the Dolphins for the last 3 games of the season. Because, as we have mentioned several times, the Miami Dolphins have not beat a team with a record over 500 since week 3 of last season. They're blowing out bad teams. They are getting their asses kicked by good teams. The final 3 games of the Dolphins season are Dallas, Baltimore, and Buffalo.
Ooh.
3 of the best teams in the league right now. If you keep within 3 games of the Dolphins and you have the same record as them when you finish the season, the Bills win the AFC East.
Oh, okay.
They win the AFC East.
I don't even want to think about it.
Think about it, Kimmy.
It's one of those things that, like, I'm just going to drive myself nuts from here on out if I start paying attention to how all these puzzle pieces are going to fit together. Like, I'm just gonna sit back and enjoy the ride, and whatever happens. I think that's where I'm at this season. Like, I'm not gonna get too invested, but I'm hoping for the best. But we'll see how this goes.
That's why it's so cool, because you're a stoner. You could do that. Like, I wish I was as burnt out as you. That's what
you do all the time. You're along for the ride.
No, but
that's your career in a nutshell.
So I'm a stoner without the weed. All right.
Exactly.
I didn't know.
Sit back and enjoy the ride,
I saved myself a lot of money.
Oh, God. 252 WCMF, 252-9263. We're talking about this big Bills win in Kansas City 2017. I was here for it. The looks on their faces, man. The looks on these fans' faces walking out of Arrowhead yesterday was great. And everybody was kind, but it was just, God, it feels so good.
I didn't see a whole lot of Bills fans there. You know how usually Bills fans travel pretty well, especially to the Kansas City game. I didn't see a lot of blue in the stands.
See, that's weird. I didn't see it either, but there were a ton of Bills fans in the lot, and there were a ton of us all walking in together. It was very strange.
Maybe they were just all spaced out.
I guess. I don't know. Or they were wearing white. Who knows, you know?
Yeah.
That stadium is just so weird to me because it's so goddamn red. Like when they're playing a game.
Yeah, it's like, and it's a bright red.
I'm waiting for like some communist leader to come out and start talking to him. You know, it's like one of those Moscow rallies in the 70s when they run the tanks and the missiles by.
Yeah.
Man, I got to tell you, I had never been to Arrowhead before. And you know, Tommy, I love going to stadiums and checking them out. It's like
it looks cool on TV.
Yeah.
Tommy, like when you come around the corner, it is like awe-inspiring. Just because, I mean, it's huge. You know, it's so high up, and those sides go. It's monstrous, and it's got that like 1970s decor and design that they just kept all the way through.
Is it as loud as they say it is on TV? Because they also kept putting at the bottom of the screen the
decibel.
Like the meter.
Decibel, my niece, Decibel.
Oh, excuse me. But the grammar police are here again.
Again, that's not grammar. That's pronunciation.
That's grammar. When you pronounce, you do. How do you do grammar? You have to pronounce it. You pronounce out of your mouth your grammar, and then you come in and correct it.
You pronounce it. But
we're Italian. What are we doing?
I don't know. It was just, I don't know what's happening.
You were saying, I'm sorry.
But is it as loud as they make it seem on TV? Like, because that's all they talk about is how it's such a a tough place to play because it's
So I mean, look,
your ears ring.
I was looking forward to that. Like, I wanted to see that experience. I didn't think it was any more loud than any stadium I've been in.
Swede, with
True.
the lofty palace up top where the rich folk are, looking down on the peasants.
I was up high. But the suite was out. It was out in the open. Like I was watching a game. Yeah, I'm not sitting in some suite where all the free beer was. I was walking in and out to drink those 15 free beers throughout the rest of that game. But no, Kimmy, to answer your question, like, I mean, I'm down low. I got my seats in Buffalo, so like you can feel the sound in your chest when it gets loud in Buffalo. I didn't have that experience in Arrowhead. So maybe they're just keeping that like decibel thing. You're like the loudest guy in the place the whole time.
Oh,
possible.
All right, so with that being said, the Bills at 7-6. The division's not out of the question. Hold on tight, everybody.
all right.
1 down, 4 to go.
Ooh.
It is a post-game Monday. We do have to recap Tommy's picks.
I don't know.
Yeah, that's
Hey,
probably
listen,
fine.
I'll take the win.
You'll take the win.
Take the
win.
win.
I don't think you can take the win.
Yeah, no, there's no win for you to take this morning, Tommy.
Well, I mean, the win, the Bills.
No, I know what you're
your
trying to
overall,
say.
you're
Yeah,
saying. Okay.
yeah. So we'll get to that after 7:40, and I do have to tell you guys a story after 9 o'clock about what happened yesterday. And oh my god, but first, we're in that season, especially for men, where you're supposed to be buying Christmas presents.
Yeah.
But you're buying stuff. You're buying stuff for yourself. especially when you log on. And Tommy revealed something to us in a commercial break on Friday that Kimmy cannot believe. Which is weird, Kimmy, because I thought your husband, along with every other man in America, all did this.
Okay.
Right, Tommy? Isn't this a standard man thing?
I guess.
We'll tell you what Tommy has been buying over and over and over and over again. And we'll get into it next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. But first, I got to tell you about my friends from the Ide family of dealerships off of 441 in Penfield and East Rochester. You can check them out online, idehonda.com, idevw.com. That's the one thing I missed about yesterday was not having my tailgate mobile in the parking lot, my Honda Pilot, which is the ultimate tailgate vehicle, right? I got everything in the back. I got my grill, I got my cooler. I could fit all of my friends that are going to the game. I mean, I can only watch a game with like 3 people, but if I had more friends that I wanted to go to the game with, I could take those people to the game, Tommy. I could do that. Off of 441 in Penfield and East Rochester. Look, maybe the Pilot isn't what you're looking for. They've got everything, whether it's the Honda, whether it's Volkswagen. They have all makes and models throughout their pre-owned vehicle lot. Check them out in person. Check them out online, idehonda.com, idevw.com. Make the right decision. Get your new ride at Ide. Tommy Muley, big fan of these.
Yes.
Like times 7. Next to the break room on CMF. when you know what you like, you go and get it.
Okay.
And there was one man
Yeah.
in the room who maybe has taken that idea to the extreme. But as strange as Kimmy thinks this is, when we found out about it last week, I am willing to bet, Tommy, there are more people like you, men especially, than not like you.
Oh, yeah. Sure. Well, especially men. Just how men are about things.
Thank you. And it's weird that Kimmy's husband doesn't do this exact same thing. In fact, I feel like he does, and she's just not paying attention. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. I am live from Kansas City this morning. Kimmy and Tommy back in the studio after that big Bills win. Just after, woo. You guys, how was your experience watching the game yesterday, Kimmy?
It was kind of quiet.
Okay.
Yeah, I just watched it at home.
Yeah.
So I felt like I needed to watch that one at home. That was one of those high stakes kind of games that I didn't,
You hear this?
I just wanted to be alone with my emotions.
I didn't even want to go. Now it's over. I didn't.
Yeah, I did.
Care. I didn't care.
Just saying.
I didn't
Well,
wanna go.
Edible Annie, she was just buzzed the whole game.
No, I like to be present for my Buffalo Bills games. Thank
Present.
you.
With all that being said, on Friday, before I was taken off to come here to Kansas City, we're sitting around in a commercial break, and Tommy, out of nowhere, he does these non sequiturs all the time where he'll just speak out of nowhere, and it changes our lives. But not in like a good way. Because, Tommy, what did you tell us while you were sitting in the commercial break?
So I realized when you buy things on Amazon, and I went to buy something again, it tells you how many times you've purchased this thing before.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
And I was getting some sneakers, and it told me this is the 7th time I've bought this particular sneaker.
Same shoe.
Same shoe.
Oh, you're just buying it over and over.
Over again.
Okay.
7 times.
Yeah.
now. Which I guess is a lot.
It is a lot, especially once we found out the timeline of those 7 shoes. I think that's what I was the most surprised by. Not so much that you found something you liked and continued to purchase.
Okay.
It was how often you were making that purchase.
So let's talk about that, Tommy, because I would understand, over 10, 12 years buying 7 pair of the same sneaker. That makes sense. How often do you replace those sneakers?
Like every 6-7 months, I guess. What?
6 months. Every year you buy 2 pair of sneakers.
Yeah, so when the ones get cruddy, I use those in the
What's
yard.
cruddy? Because you don't even wear them every day. You've
I
never
wear 'em.
worn them here.
No, I don't wear them here. I wear them at home, and I wear them in the yard, stuff like that. Then they get kind of crapped out.
They
So
get
when
cracked
you-
out or they get a little dirty.
No, if I'm in the yard, they get green and nasty, and I just throw them in the thing, and I get new ones.
Okay, you don't wear them out. You replace them
Yeah.
when they get a little bit dirty, you bitch
We're not gonna
ass
walk
bitch.
around.
Why? Who
Is it-
cares? Nobody can see you in your yard.
If I want to wear them to Wegmans or something, I want to go like all schmutzed up,
You can't
clean
wear.
ass shoe.
What are you serious?
I step in dog crap in them. They get
Yeah.
crapped up.
I mean, but there are guys probably mowing their lawns in shoes with holes in them because they
Yeah.
just let those things go until they can't walk in
No.
them anymore.
No.
You're like, oh, they're a little green today.
Why? I like ours. I need the support for my foot, my
Okay, yeah.
ankles, my back.
Oh my!
I'm old, man. You
God,
need
that
to-
ain't it. You know that ain't
I
it.
know.
It's because it's a little bit dirty, and you know that they make stuff that'll clean those shoes like they're new, man.
Yeah, it's called a rag and water.
And also, who cares what your shoes look like when you're going to Wegmans?
I do.
You're such a bitch.
I don't
You
go
are
to
such a
Wegmans
bitch.
raggedy.
I know. I'm aware.
I dress.
Okay. How often you replace them aside? Kimmy, it's not strange at all that he has bought the same sneaker 7 straight times. In fact, for men especially, there have to be more men who do this than don't do this.
Yeah, I'm product loyal, especially when you get to be my age.
Yes.
You like
And-
something, you lock it in.
No, you're 100% right. And it's not just necessarily sneakers we're talking about here, but like the older you get, like you said, Tommy, why would you not keep getting the thing you enjoy? You know what to expect. You know what it's going to cost. You know how long it's going to last you. Changing it up risks getting disappointed. And who wants to be disappointed when they spend money?
Life's too short, Pat.
Preach, brother. Preach. Like, why is this weird, Kimmy?
I don't think it's weird. I don't think it's weird to find something you like and want to continue to buy it. My issue was you're not even letting it get worn out before you're purchasing a new one. Because my husband does this with shoes too. He has like one favorite pair of shoes that, once a hole shows up in it, he's immediately buying that same pair of
Oh,
shoes
yeah.
again. He does
How
it with shoes. He does it with like socks that he really like. I won't buy him socks or underwear because I know like there are specific brands that he will only buy.
Yeah, I'm the same way.
Yeah, no, I mean, yeah, exact same. But
Your
like,
old man's got to be like this. He seems like a guy that's pretty set in his ways. Your daddy.
My dad? Don't say daddy.
He's
Sounds
your
weird,
daddy.
kind of
He's
like-
always going to be your daddy, honey.
Well, no, like, but when you say daddy, I can't tell if you're talking about her husband or her dad.
No, that's beef daddy.
Oh,
That's
my
Omaha
God.
beef daddy.
Oh, my God. By the way, you can pick up Beef
yeah.
Daddy's shirtless picture in the
Public
charity
market.
fireman's calendar at the public market every weekend before Christmas. But go on, Kimmy.
I don't even remember what we were talking
I
about.
asked him, your
My
old
dad.
man.
Oh.
Your man seems like a guy too. He does like to spend, and I'm guessing he locks it in.
Yeah, but he's somebody that because he doesn't like to spend, he will let those shoes go as
right.
long as possible. It gets to the point where my mom has to tell him to
Yeah.
buy new shoes.
All
You
right.
know what I mean?
All right, so with the knowledge now that Tommy has bought the same exact pair of shoes 7 times from
Yep.
Amazon, what are the most common products that guys do this for? Because, Tommy, there are 2 ways to look at it. So there are the products where the technology does not change,
Yeah.
like shoes, pants. Kimmy, I know your husband, when he finds a pair of pants, being a thick-thighed gentleman like myself, he will buy 5 pair of pants.
She's on the phone.
Okay.
But I'm sure you're right. But
mean,
I would
bro-
also think of how long guys like kept the same cell phone, wanted the same cell phone. They wouldn't get rid of their cell phone,
Yes.
the flip phone, because they didn't like the new cell phone, so they wouldn't buy it. They were going to hold on to that new one. Where I think they would have made a fortune if they would have kept selling them flip phones.
I agree with you, man. Like, and that goes to the other part of this. Products where the technology changes so quickly
Yeah.
that you want to hold on to the thing you like and know how to use. And that cell phone, that's the exact example. Right.
Oh, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, like, and there's other stuff. I know there are people listening right now that have a laptop that they got from work or something that's 15 years old, but they know how to use it and they love it and they will spend money to fix it because they don't want to have to learn new technology.
Yeah, it's a comfort thing, too.
Agreed. 100%. 252 WCMF 252 9263. All right. There are men that don't do this that regretted instantly the last couple of summers not buying something over and over again.
What's that?
Shorts.
Oh.
When men's shorts started getting short and going up.
Yeah, you look like a Laker girl.
Exactly. Right? Like, Tommy, I don't want to buy those short shorts, but I didn't buy enough shorts to hold me through the last 3 or 4 years.
So you're forced to buy the most popular trend at the time?
Yes, like now you can see one of my testicles at all time because they don't make shorts that isn't up to the inside of your calf or the inside of your thigh.
Well, isn't that why so many guys are holding on to those old cargo shorts? Because
Well,
you
yeah,
just
but-
can't find a good pair anymore.
But that's a whole other debate. You shouldn't wear the cargo shorts.
Yeah, but those cargo shorts to them are these short shorts, or are your regular shorts to you?
No, but the cargo part of them, though.
But it was the perfect short for men because you got enough pockets for everything.
Uh-huh.
And if you hold on to them long enough, it's going to come back around
Yeah, I
again.
should have, but somebody talked me into getting rid of all of them
Well, we did you a favor.
Yeah,
They
we
did.
did.
Trust us.
because they're coming back.
Oh, really?
I
Why?
haven't seen them yet.
Are you planning on opening a theme park where you recreate dinosaurs? Why would you need cargo shorts?
I miss my pockets. You got those shorts you all wear now? Where are you putting anything?
Yeah, bro, there's not even room for my balls. Like, in all sincerity, man, like, there are shorts that I have to, like, wear specific underwear with because you can see the outline of everything. And I'm sorry we had to talk about it this way, but it's true. 252 WCMF, folks have been waiting on hold. We're talking about Tommy buying the same exact sneaker 7 times on Amazon. Let's talk to Ben. Hey, Ben, what's going on, buddy?
Not much. How you guys doing?
Good.
Good to hear from you.
So, yeah, the shoe thing, I've never had the same pair of shoes twice because I like to wear skateboard shoes. I don't skateboard. I just like the way they feel. But, like, every year they release a new model, so I'm like, I've never had the same pair of shoes twice. So, yeah.
Okay, there's a lot to break down here.
Yeah.
Ben.
Have you
Ben-
worn skate shoes, first off? They are some of the most comfortable shoes you will ever wear.
All right, Ben, I'm going to ask you a question to wear an honest show. Are you ready?
Yeah.
When you bought the first pair of skate shoes back when you were a little bitty teenage boy, was it because they were comfy or was it because you wanted Avril Lavigne to have a crush on you and you wanted to look cool? What was it? Thank you. There's my point.
Probably both. I
Okay,
also
yeah.
did try to skateboard, so
No kidding.
yeah.
Tommy, did you
Yeah,
hear that? He
that-
tried to skateboard at one point.
Oh, yeah. But it didn't last too long, did it, Ben?
No.
No.
No. It was a shame what happened, really, Pat.
What
'Cause,
happened?
So Ben, he gets a skateboard, gets in the front yard, But you got to check your surroundings when you skateboard, right?
Sure,
you got to make
sure,
sure there's
yeah.
nothing like the skateboard could hit and you can go flying. Just took a little pebble.
Okay.
Pebble, but it's like, oh my God, it hurt my mouth. I don't like Tony Hawk anymore. Make my mouth hurt.
Ben, great to talk to you, buddy.
Yeah.
Great to talk to you.
All right, have a good one, guys.
Skate on.
Skate on.
Okay, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look, man, wear whatever makes you happy.
Sure.
But there's a certain level of man who doesn't skateboard that wears skateboard shoes in his 30s and 40s.
I didn't know that person existed till now.
No, they exist. There's more people like Ben, Kimmy. You've seen them before.
Yeah, but it was kind of like a style. I guess I can tell how old you are based on the person wearing those skateboard shoes. You know,
Okay.
a specific type. You
All
know,
right. I understand what you're
because
saying.
they were popular when they were teenagers.
I don't even know what they look like.
They're really flat.
They look
So I
like
got-
Gilligan shoes.
I don't know what
Like
Gilligan's
flat.
shoes are.
They're like really flat looking.
Yeah,
dorky.
yeah.
They're kind of
Yeah.
dorky looking shoes.
Kimmy, like Charlie Chaplin. Do they like those shoes? Could they
don't
have
know.
a deeper reference for a kid that was born 15 years after
You don't know
Gilligan's Island?
Gilligan? Everybody knows Gilligan.
I didn't know what his shoes were like.
They're like Ben's shoes.
By
Okay.
the way, he was on that island for what, 8 years? How did he always have really nice looking brand new shoes every episode?
And why didn't the scientists fix that hole in the boat?
Who are these people, Tommy? We've been having this discussion about men the entire time because we know men do this. It happens, right? Do women do this at all? Like, Tommy, does your wife keep buying something specific over and over
I
again?
think we're brand loyal to certain things.
Brand, but she buys like all kinds of stuff. No, she doesn't buy like the same exact thing every time.
You don't think
no.
there's not one thing that she re-ups or would subscribe to if they sent it to her every year.
I don't. I mean, that closet's all over the place.
Okay.
It is. I don't think so.
I think we're a little bit what's the word I'm looking for?
open-minded.
No,
Ha!
but sure. We're a little bit easier on things. Like I know women that will keep the same pair of shoes for a really long. Like they just take better care of them.
So
Okay. Hold on, real quick. I love how women are like, we take
No,
better
but-
care of our things. No, it's easier for you to keep a pair of shoes for 5 years because you're only wearing them every
yeah, but-
6 days because you have 1,000 pair of shoes.
Okay, well then maybe that's why. But I just feel like we try to preserve them as long as possible.
my wife had a purse she had had for like I'm going to say
purses, yeah.
20, 25 years, right? And there was something broke on it. She goes, they repair these things for free. You just had to show them like the receipt.
Yeah.
I said, well, you don't. She had the receipt.
Yeah, I mean those are it's
25-year-old receipt.
It was probably an investment though at the time. Like you
I
invest
guess.
in that kind of stuff.
But like she went to the place, we were on vacation, got it fixed. Like you got to be kidding me.
Yeah.
No, but I think Tommy hit it on the head. If as much as Kimmy wants to make women sound like, oh my God, we're so much better than you guys. We take care of
Well,
things.
I'm just thinking of like the stuff that we love, like stuff like that, shoes, purse, stuff like.
You're all hard on men.
What? No, that's not what I'm saying. What? Women are not only more open-minded to change, women are also more fashionable. So maybe
true.
you're right. I mean, guys don't care at a certain age, what your look is. Like after a certain point, this is what I'm going to look like for the rest of my
Yeah,
life.
you lock it in.
Exactly, where women don't want to pigeonhole themselves
Yeah.
to a specific look, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know
So
what you're saying.
You can't keep buying the same thing over and over again because you don't want to look like you did 30 years ago, which is weird a little bit because when it comes to the technology part, women cannot use technology at home. Is that a fair statement?
It is in my house.
Tommy, can your wife work the television, Tommy?
Some of it.
Okay.
Some no.
What she wants to do, right?
Oh,
Like she's
yes.
learned like the
Yes.
stuff that she wants and needs, she will do anything
Else.
outside of that.
Yes.
No, but see, you make her sound like a sea lion. He has learned the things he needs to do to get his fish.
But I'm the same way though. Like the stuff that I want to
Want.
do on a daily basis, I got down. Like I don't have any questions. But if there's like one thing that I can't find or don't know how to do, I hand it over to my
Yeah,
husband.
you're out.
Like, can you fix this? Thank you.
Okay, but like, how, as a grown woman, have you not figured that out yet?
Oh, I think it's just laziness.
don't want to. You
yeah,
can do it.
Yeah, I mean, I could, but I don't have to.
Right.
Did you hear what you just said?
Yeah,
Okay.
I stand by my statement.
No, she's right though. I kind of get it. That's how marriage
Because
works.
here's the thing too. If I try to do it and I'm going too slow or I'm not doing it right, my husband is like, what are you doing? Why is this taking so long? Like, he gets impatient. So I just I'm fine. You do it then. I don't
Okay,
care.
look, I don't mind doing it while I'm there. And Tommy, I'm sure you feel the same way. It's when I get phone calls or texts away from the house.
Yeah.
I know.
Been there.
Like
But
my wife is brilliant. She's an MD. She's Ivy League educated. I sit and listen to her talk about medical stuff, and I just stand there with my mouth
It's
open.
amazing, I'm sure.
She cannot work the television.
Well, she can only concentrate on so much, Pat.
Okay. All right. So we are in the middle of Hanukkah right now,
Oh.
and we are just, what, 19? No, I can't. I'm sorry.
see.
We'll be close.
Today's 11.
20, carry the 5. How have we gotten to the point where we're so bad at math we can't subtract?
Oh.
What's
It's right
tw-
around the corner.
Okay, thank you, Tommy. And that means there will be more family visits with all the holiday stuff coming
Oh,
up.
here they
right?
come.
We have been saying there is almost nothing someone could do that is so bad that they could be banned from a family holiday. However, it might have happened out in Canandaigua.
Bam, Canandaigua heating up.
Well, so here's the thing. Let's might want to put a pin in that before we find out what the accusation is,
All right.
because like it's gross. But past the gross,
Oh, it's gross.
past the grossness of the accusation, even without the crime that's allegedly committed here, I still think you get thrown out of Thanksgiving, Christmas forever.
So this happened at a house?
We'll do the story, tell you the allegations, and we'll do it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Being smack dab in the middle of Hanukkah this week, Christmas, Tommy, right around the corner.
Oh, yeah.
You're probably going to see a lot of family.
Oh, sure.
And Tommy, we've talked for years on this show about family members you don't want to see at these events, family members that will cause problems at these events, family members, Tommy, that have things in their past that make them maybe problematic people.
Oh, yeah.
Yet despite all these things, Tommy, we've also talked about it feels like there is nothing that most people can do to be uninvited to these family events.
No, man. It's like you're locked in forever.
Yeah.
That is until today.
Really?
Because if the accusations one man from our area is facing is true, you are never letting them come over to a family event ever again.
Damn, that bad.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. I am live from our studios in Kansas City. Kimmy and Tommy back in the studio. It is a post-game Monday after that massive 20-17 win in Arrowhead yesterday. Tommy made his picks on Friday, Kimmy. Mm-hmm. And we got to recap those picks. And
Well, it was a crazy game.
Yeah, it definitely was. I mean, who saw that coming every game the Bills play the Chiefs? Also, keep in mind, there was no bonus pick this week. There was a bonus challenge.
Yes.
So we will recap all of that. Just after 7:45, a Muley post-game, a lot of excuses Monday coming up here in the break room on CMF. Tommy, a 24-year-old man in Canandaigua has been arrested after police say he sent a nude photo to a minor.
Not good.
Okay.
That was also his relative.
Okay.
I don't even have words.
Okay.
Let's all let
That's
that
a new one.
sink in for a second. Like the first accusation, Tommy, is awful.
Yeah.
You're allegedly sending a nude photo to a minor. The second part of that, holy crap!
Yeah, that's a new
I
level.
got nothing.
That's a new level right there.
Yeah.
That is an accusation that is so insane that if your brother or cousin texted you that happened to a family member, you would think they were making a sick joke.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
But here's the thing,
What's up?
Tommy, those aren't the only accusations.
What else?
The Ontario County Sheriff's Department says this 24-year-old man also tried to have the victim engage in an inappropriate relationship with him. I'm quoting the story, and allegedly tried to touch them inappropriately on their chest in a separate date.
Right, that's pretty damn specific.
All of this, according to a story on News 8. So right now, he is being charged with first-degree disseminating indecent material to a minor. He will have his day in court. So remember the times we said there may not be a crime that would keep a family member from being disinvited to Thanksgiving or Christmas?
We found one now.
Yeah, I
Think we found it. Yeah,
We got
okay,
it.
good.
I think we did.
We got
because I don't know who's going to stand up and make an excuse for that guy.
Like, what would be the argument when people are like, of course he can't come to Christmas this
Right.
year? Like, who's going to, Kimmy, to your point, who's going to be the one? Guys, listen. I know it looks bad, but I have nothing to say.
Yeah.
So
No, I'm not fighting anybody's battles there.
I could hear my father making an excuse.
You could.
No.
But
Yes.
what would be his excuse?
So my father was he was a perv. And he didn't have a filter.
Yeah.
Right? But he would kind of justify things. So, my grandfather married my grandmother. She was only 15.
Yeah.
He was 28.
But they weren't related.
No, but he would say but he would use that as, well,
Okay.
back in the day, women, they married them young to make the children. And they,
Okay.
Remember he tried to set me up with my cousin from
I
Auburn?
forgot about that. You're
Yeah,
right.
here's
That
the
might be
thing.
the
You should
one
date-
family member.
He goes,
Yeah.
you should date her. I go, we're related, right? And he had to think about it for a minute. Like, he was so warped.
I forgot about that.
Okay, but here's the thing. Your dad trying to set you up with your cousin, I looked at that less as your dad being weird and him having an authentic view of what your options for women were at that point.
Yes, man.
All right, so here's the thing. With the accusations of this 24-year-old man in Canandaigua allegedly sending an indecent photo to a minor who is also a member of his family, allegedly trying to start an inappropriate relationship with her, and allegedly trying to touch her in her chest, right? Look, this poor kid is going through a really bad time. So
ain't kidding.
let's get away from this story specifically, because even past the accusation, the one that isn't even heinous here is also deeply disturbing. What the hell are you doing hitting on a family member? Forget the minor, just hitting on a family member.
In general.
Yeah.
And I know it sounds insane, but based on the story Tommy has told and other ones I've heard, it does happen.
But, okay, because you said your dad would justify it by saying back in the day. Like,
Yeah.
back in the day when nobody met new people and you lived out, in the middle of nowhere and all you knew was your family. Okay, maybe you can make that argument. But what would be the reason now why a family member would be your only option?
The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Kimmy,
Yeah.
I understand what you're saying. You're 100% right. But I will say this, and I have to be careful. This has happened in my extended family. Where
Like recently?
Not within. No, it was like 25 years ago.
It's pretty recent.
Wait,
So,
you
I
had
mean-
like rubbing cousins?
No. One of my family members hit on another member of my family.
Oh.
Legit.
Oh, wow.
Legit ski. And the one was like, what are you talking about? And the dude was like, what? Yeah,
It's always
you
the
got-
dude.
Well, it has to be.
Yeah.
No woman in her right mind would do this. It has
according
to
to your
be
dad.
scuzz-ass men.
Okay.
So-
Go
okay.
ahead, Kimmy. I'm sorry.
Were these family members that spent a lot of time together? Were these family members that were out of town so they didn't see each other that often? So maybe
They were-
it felt like more of a stranger than a cousin?
Okay,
or...
they were out-of-town family members, Kimmy, so they lived about an hour and a half away from each other. But they were first cousins, direct first cousins, and this dude...
That's how you get to be royalty in England.
That's what your dad would point to.
Yes, right.
You could be a
Yeah.
king and a queen.
Look at the queen.
Does it happen more than we think, 252-WCMF?
Well, I know a
So-
lot of people have discovered that in their, like through Ancestry.com and stuff, they've discovered a lot of it in their families. Like,
But it goes way the hell
but it
back.
goes, yeah, it goes
To,
back
like
a ways.
buckle shoes, man, and horses.
But yeah, I mean, I don't know how recent some people have found that that's the case.
So,
Yeah, but-
the Sicilian side of my family always had some weird stuff. They would fall out of their face.
Yeah.
So I had a cousin. And
Probably because they're inbred, because they're all cousins.
they were stuck on that boat coming over. I don't know. So my aunt would always say, I have a cousin, Robert,
Yeah.
and my sister were close in age, so they always hung out together. And my aunt would say, if they weren't cousins, they'd be boyfriend, girlfriend.
Oh, my God.
Okay.
She would say that.
Yeah.
Because they were so close.
Right.
But, she put that in her head. Like,
Yeah.
She could,
Justified it.
I could see these two banging.
Ooh.
But she would say that, but she didn't. She said it innocently, like, it wasn't this barrier of,
Wouldn't that be adorable?
yeah, right? Think
Yeah.
of the kids they'd have.
God.
Yeah, but she would say it, but they didn't
Yeah.
mean anything by it. I think in her mind, that was just normal,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. We're talking about the story out in Canandaigua. A 24-year-old man has been arrested after police say he sent an inappropriate photo to an underage relative. They also say he tried to start an inappropriate relationship with this underage relative, as well as putting his hands in a place that allegedly he should not have. All of this according to News 8. All right, so getting away from, again, the underage part of this story. When it comes to hitting on a family member, Tommy, hitting on a woman is stressful enough.
Oh, yeah.
It's even more stressful when it's a woman you know.
Yeah.
But in the case of trying to put the moves on someone you are actually related to, if you were going to do this, and again, we are obviously not condoning hitting on a family member. That's going to ruin your Christmas. But Tommy, you would have to be rock solid, positive that the other person felt the same way you do.
Yeah.
And that's not even best case scenario, because walk through this with me if you don't mind.
Yeah.
Even if the other person were cool with the idea of having a relationship with you, you need to know, you need to both keep it quiet to ensure that you wouldn't have family freaking out, right? If you were just going to hook up with a family member. And Tommy, if you decided this was a relationship you wanted to pursue, you would have to be prepared to either be ostracized or defend to your entire family what you are trying to do here.
Yeah. Yeah. You'd have to have
How?
all that worked out in your head.
But it's impossible because there's no way. I mean, we think we know what most people's reactions would be if all of a sudden your cousins showed up together to Christmas and they both have their hands in each other's back pockets. But you would really, Tommy, have no idea until you took that plunge, right?
You'd kind of have an idea that this is not going to go well. Like, it's going to go horrible.
So then what's the benefit?
None. And I don't get, like, I can't imagine. I could see dudes doing this.
Justifying it?
I can't see any woman signing up for this.
No.
Like, because women
Have
are
options.
desperate. Yeah, they're not desperate like men.
Yeah.
So why
They'd
would
rather just not do it at all.
Right,
Yeah.
than be with you
Yes.
and put up with the family's scorn. Like, it doesn't make any sense to me.
252 WCMF, 252-9263. We have had folks waiting on hold. I would like everyone to please buckle up because I don't
that's
know what's waiting.
disturbing. That we have people waiting. I want to chime in, man.
Bro, there is more of this than you think. And if people are willing to talk about it,
right.
we're going to get the calls. Let's talk to Chris. He's on CMF. Hey, Chris, what's up, buddy?
Hey, so I grew up in a small town in Ohio. A girl I went to school with from kindergarten to senior year. After high school, she moved down near Baltimore and was working, met a guy. They start dating, find out, he's from Ohio too. They go back. Oh, yeah, they're third cousins. They had no clue.
Oh, my
until
God.
They were already been dating for a long time. And here's the kicker. There was actually a picture of them when they were like 3 or 4 at a family reunion.
Damn, man, that's some
So,
crappy luck.
I get in trouble with my wife all the time because anytime for the last 15 years on Facebook, if there's anything about cousin love or inappropriate or any kind of joke, I've always inserted it just like the cousins did.
Oh, my God. All right, Chris, I do have follow-up questions if you don't mind.
Sure.
Okay, when they found out, did they immediately break it off?
Nope. Like I said, it was that ship had sailed. So
Are they
they've
still
actually-
together?
Were they get married?
Oh yeah, and here's my favorite part. I joke about they have 4 daughters that I jokingly call their fourth cousins as well as their daughters.
Oh, my
Yeah, what does that make them
Oh.
kids? If you're cousin, you make kids. What are those kids?
Well, would that make you? But they're third cousins, so you might be like fourth, fifth. I don't know, Tommy. That's a good question. All right.
Yeah, they turned out all. I mean, they have beautiful daughters. It's a nice family. Little on the crazy side. God told them to move from the greater D.C. area to South Dakota to open up a gun and fish bait shop. But other than that, they seem all right.
Right.
Well, you know what?
Wildlife.
The story's starting to check out now the more you talk, Chris. So thanks for the call, man. I really appreciate it.
Thanks.
Okay, so let's have an uncomfortable conversation then with that story. Because in the defense of those people, they
They didn't know. Right.
Right.
Although they kept it rolling after.
Yeah.
How far away, in your guys' opinion, would a family member have to be where a relationship is okay? Not one you'd be in, but one that you would think is acceptable in your family.
So I'm thinking Roosevelt and Eleanor, they were 5th cousins.
Fifth cousin.
Fifth.
They had the same last name.
Yes. I mean, they knew.
They knew going into it?
I think so, yeah. I mean, they kind of knew. So that was 5th.
Yeah.
Is that far enough away? I don't know.
I wonder though if you looked up like a lot of relationships, especially if there's
day?
a lot of people that stayed in town whose families like are generational, and
Yeah.
I mean you could fifth cousin may not be all that uncommon.
Back in the day.
Yeah.
But
All
it'd be
right, so-
weird to tell somebody that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
I mean, I
why
would think
would
though,
you,
if
though?
you
Why
had the
would
same
you
last name,
volunteer
though,
that?
I mean,
It would
you,
come
Pat,
out.
I would think you having a common last name like Duffy, Pat, I would think that you would have looked into anybody you met with the same last name, even though it's possible you weren't related at all, but just having that same last name, I would immediately be looking up,
Yeah,
how
it's
we
a
could
common
be
name.
related.
You're right.
Yeah.
Like Smith.
Smith,
Yeah.
I mean, Jackson, all that stuff. You're
Yeah.
100% right. But I wouldn't be able, you could show me the hottest woman in the world. If she had my same last name, related or not, it would still bother me to the point where I don't think I could do anything.
Oh, wait. They're not even related, but they got their last name?
Well, because you wouldn't definitely be sure forever. Do you get what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah, I guess.
I mean, Tommy, I told you about the time I thought I had made out with my cousin at a bar.
Oh, that's right.
Like I went on a date with this girl I kind of knew where she started talking about, and I knew I had some distant family in Spencerport that were like second, third cousins, and she
Yeah.
started naming names, and I was like, that name sounds familiar, but it was after we had made out in this bar. So I had to call my mom and like slyly be like, hey, what's the name of our family? And when she told me, God, but it bothered me, Tommy, so much that I never called that girl again.
Well, yeah, that would
Yeah.
creep you out.
Yeah.
But she
that
wasn't my
ruined it.
cousin. She wasn't my cousin.
Right.
Oh, all right.
All right, let's take one more call, 252 WCMF. Again, we're talking about this guy out in Ontario County who's facing a whole bunch of charges for allegedly sending a picture and trying to start a relationship with an underage relative. That accusation is heinous. However, outside of the underage stuff, it seems there are more people than you think that are okay with familial relationships. Steve's got the last word on CMF. Hey, Stevie, what's up, buddy?
Hey, guys, how's it going?
Good.
First off, go Bills.
Go Bills.
And secondly, Albert Einstein married his, I want to say his first or second cousin.
Did not know that.
Okay.
Who?
Yep. Well,
Albert
little
Einstein.
fun fact for you.
Oh.
All right. Well, look, not everybody is smart at everything, Steve.
All right, guys, have a go with you.
Have a good rest of the day. Okay.
All right.
So we got that going for us.
Yeah.
Be like
There's that.
Einstein or not.
Or not.
All right. The Bills get the biggest win of the season yesterday in Arrowhead, 20-17 over whiny bitch-ass Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs. But the whining, it seems, has only just begun.
Right, who's going to whine?
Well, look, I'm in Kansas City right now, and there's lots of whining I can hear from all the morning shows that are happening around me.
Oh.
You wouldn't think, Kimmy, after a massive Bills win, there would be whining coming out of the WCMF studios.
No. Did I miss something?
Well, Tommy made some picks on Friday.
Well, I got
Oh, is
shafted.
this where Tommy whining?
Here we are.
Well, I got shafted, man.
A Muley post-game excuse Monday. And remember, there was no bonus pick. There was a bonus challenge.
Okay.
We'll get to it next on a post-game Monday here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. I'm talking to Derek, and this goes out to Derek himself, a wonderful man. The biggest win of the season for the Bills in Arrowhead yesterday, 20-17. We are celebrating here on a post-game Monday. I am live from Kansas City. Everything around me, there's 6 stations here, Tommy, that are doing shows right now.
Okay.
And it is nothing but bitching about that play where Kadarius Toney was lined up in the neutral zone.
I'm sure. It's a national story this morning.
And you would think that there is not a person in Western New York, especially in the studios of WCMF back in Rochester, the official home of the Buffalo Bills, that would have anything to bitch about yesterday. But you'd be wrong. You'd be wrong. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. Tommy made his picks on Friday. And you put a lot on it, Tommy.
Yeah, I did.
You put a lot on it.
I was right.
What were you right about?
Well, I was right.
No, in fact, what's the opposite of right, Kimmy?
I believe that would be wrong.
Because that's what you were. Yeah. All right. You know what? Enough talk. No more talky time. Kimmy?
Yeah.
Let's do this thing.
Tommy told it like it is. And now we find out how it was. Muley Excuse Post-Game Monday in the break room on WCMF.
Let's get to our first prediction from Tommy Friday here on CMF. Over under 2.5 passing touchdowns for Patrick Mahomes.
So you'd have to be crazy to bet against Patrick Mahomes in passing.
Did you hear what I just said?
Yeah,
the
I
last
heard
2
you.
games,
I
he
heard
has
you.
thrown 2 touchdowns each game against the Bills.
Right.
So if he was 2.5 then and you took the over, you'd have lost.
Right. It tells me the kids do.
Oh, my God.
Coming off a loss.
I'm not betting against Patrick Mahomes.
Really?
No. Oh, I'm going to take the over on that.
So-
He'll get 3 T's.
It's passing.
Passing.
And nobody calls him tease. Nobody called. No, I just want to make sure, because if he runs one in, you're going to make the argument, I'll be in Kansas City.
The one thing I can't handle is watching that kid run. I don't get how he moves.
I'm with
he
you.
runs like a Muppet.
You're 100% right.
He's
yes.
like the
It's something
most.
about his hands.
He's probably the greatest athlete.
They kind
right?
of flail around.
It's just the way he moves. Like
Yeah.
when he's not. Yes, I don't want to see him run.
All right.
It's disturbing.
So to be clear, you are over
Because he doesn't want to see him run.
2.5 passing touchdowns
Yeah.
for Patrick Mahomes.
I'm not betting against that kid.
Okay.
I had it.
No, actually, you didn't, because Patrick Mahomes.
Threw the ball and it got called back.
Hey,
and
idiot.
then
Idiot.
somebody else threw the ball.
No, but he started with the pass.
Hey, dumbass. It was over 2.5 touchdowns. He had a single touchdown that would have given him 2 touchdowns.
How'd they get
you
the other one?
still
Oh, you're right,
would have
you're right.
lost.
They ran one in?
No, he didn't. No, he didn't rush one in. He had a single touchdown. Mahomes was responsible for a single touchdown yesterday.
But they had 2 touchdowns.
I understand that.
Who got the other one?
Jared McKinnon,
He ran it in?
the running back. Yeah.
Oh.
Oh. So, like, even the dumbass excuse you had doesn't float. Never bet against Pat Mahomes.
Well, you don't.
Never. You don't, except when you should, because yesterday, here's what's remarkable, I think, about that game yesterday. It was, it was much more low scoring than we thought it was going to be. Do you guys have a single play in your head that you can remember from that game that had that Mahomes magic in it?
I mean,
Not really.
Every
The one that got called back was crazy. But
it wasn't like,
it.
he's kind of, he has some plays, like what Josh Allen does sometimes when he's scrambling and you're just like, wow, how the hell did he do that? I don't remember really saying that at all yesterday.
That's what was the most remarkable thing about that game, because as I'm driving home from the stadium yesterday.
It was flat.
Yes. Well, no, it's not that it was flat, because Josh had those moments all day yesterday, right? Like, there is not a single moment in my head, because he does this to us 2 or 3 times every time we play the Chiefs, where it's like, wow, that is just remarkable. There was not a single remarkable thing that Patrick Mahomes did to the Bills yesterday, and I think that is the underrated headline of the morning.
All right. He's stale.
You controlled him. You controlled Pat Mahomes. He threw a touchdown. He threw a pick. That's an average day. 243 yards, a touchdown, and a pick. That's an average day.
All right. He's out.
So, all right, but that's, he's 0-1 against the Bills this season. You are 0-1 with your picks right now. But that's okay. You got a bunch left. We got plenty of time. Plenty of time. Let's get to our second pick on a Muley Post-Game Excuse Monday here on CMF. Over under 9.5 rushing attempts.
That seems like a lot.
I just told you 11 2 years ago, 12 last year. Over under 9.5 rushing attempts for Josh Allen on Sunday.
That seems like it's too much.
Does it? Because he got 11 and 12 the last 2 years.
Been running more lately, too.
But he's in trouble. If he's running, he's in trouble. I'm taking the under.
Really?
Yes. That seems like it's way too many. It seems like he's gonna start chucking that ball and getting some scores.
No, but by running the ball, it opens up the defense to chuck the ball and get some scores.
Got to get some tees.
You gotta get some tees. It's about getting tees in the bag, baby.
Tees in the bag?
Tees in the bag.
Put tees in the bag, get it in the plane, and get the hell out of there.
So to be clear, you are under 9.5 rushing attempts for Josh
Yeah,
Allen.
I know what I said.
Okay. Josh Allen had a day yesterday, Kimmy.
Yes, he did.
Had a touchdown in the air. He had a touchdown on the ground. He only rushed for 32 yards
How many times?
on 10 carries.
Oh, for God's sakes, man. What a shaftola.
Yeah, why do you think these prop bets are always so close? They know what they're doing.
And you kind of knew he'd be scrambling a lot in this game. I did think it was high when he first said it.
That sounds like too much.
Yeah.
Look, he's gone over 9.5 the last 3 times they played the Chiefs. Look, you can make the argument that this Chiefs defense they saw yesterday is the best one they've ever seen of this iteration, like the last couple of years. The knock on the Chiefs normally is that the offense has to do all the heavy lifting. The Chiefs defense kept them in that game yesterday.
Right.
So you're 0 for 2 right now. It's a Muley post-game excuse Monday here on CMF. I'm live from Kansas City enjoying the peace and quiet in the commercial break instead of getting hot takes like get the teas, put them in the bag, and get on the plane. Let's get to our third pick from Tommy here on CMF. Over under 99.5 yards receiving for Chiefs tight end Travis Kelce.
It's going to be a Tay-Tay kind of day.
Tay-Tay day?
Tay-Tay day.
Tay-Tay day.
So, yeah, he's going to get it. He's going to get his yards.
Kimmy, do me a quick favor. Could you Google what he had last week against Green Bay?
He
'Cause
didn't. He
in the
wasn't good
building.
against Green Bay.
Well, he may have been good. You don't score touchdowns. I don't know. It's
I'm
possible.
going Tay-Tay.
So you're going Tay-Tay means over 99.5. Now, by the way, he's averaging 99. So even with Tay-Tay, if he got what he averaged, he'd still be half a yard
so
short.
we're good.
He'd be half a yard short, you idiot.
He's going to get it.
Okay.
He's fine. Come on.
No, I know the guy can play.
He's the number one guy. Put that in the bag and get out of Kansas City.
Put it in the bag.
Again, well, we sounded sane. Tay-Tay, Taylor Swift, that's who we're talking about there. She was in the building yesterday.
Yes, she was.
She was. And Travis Kelce had a hell of a game. Mm-hmm. 6 receptions for 83 yards.
Just short.
They weren't using him right.
Wait, what would he have had that last play counted?
Oh, that's the best part.
He would have had it.
He would have gone over
Look at that.
if Kadarius Toney hadn't lined up. So
I'm barely missing on these picks.
But
barely.
what was that last word you said though?
Barely.
No. Last word. Missing. Tom couldn't get luck from Tay-Tay. Put that in a bag.
And she was in the house.
She was in the house.
They showed her a lot.
Being in the stadium yesterday, it was hilarious because I was in the suites. It was through work and everything, which, by the way, meant it was very nice of them to bring me out here, and it was very posh, and they do a great job and everything, like in the stadium. I can't hang out with sweet people, man. It's a different breed of human being. People that hang out in suites on a regular basis.
I mean, rich people.
I guess.
Well, they'd be rich.
Well, I feel like people that watch games from suites, they're just looking for a different type of experience.
Well, it's a party.
Yeah, well, that's just it. Like,
You don't
I'm
really
trying
care.
Yeah.
But I'm walking around the suite section, and everybody is like head on a swivel, looking around every corner, trying to open doors to see if Taylor Swift is hiding somewhere.
Yeah.
Well, she hangs in the same. It's the family suite, right?
Yeah, but you have to walk through where I was
Oh.
to
okay.
get to this
So
suite.
could you see her in her suite from your suite?
No, I had no idea where she was. I got the lower end celebrity experience.
Oh, you're in a poor rich man's suite.
Eric Stone Street, who plays one of the dads on Modern Family, was in the suite next to me.
Damn.
And they do call him the Taylor Swift of Modern Family. So
So was she on the field yesterday before the game when they were warming up?
Well, they showed her walking
In front of
to
the
the
Bills.
locker room. Yeah.
But they said she was walked in front of the Bills
Yeah.
while they were on the field.
Well, no, it was in the tunnel. So
Yeah.
Dalton Kincaid, the Bills rookie tight end, is a massive Taylor Swift fan, and there's video of him, and it's hilarious where he's just like,
He just freezes.
Well, it would be amazing to see her.
Especially if you're not expecting it in that moment.
She's the biggest star on the planet,
Yeah.
and she's walking.
Can't miss her.
She's walking around your field. That has to be a weird experience, even if you could care less.
Bro,
She's
I'm
just
with
that
you.
big.
I'm with you, man. But, I mean, all of that does not take away from the fact that you are 0-3 right now, and we move on to the fourth pick from Tommy Monday here on CMF. Tommy, do the Bills win? And if not, do they keep it within 3?
That's a good one, Pat. That's a tough one. Because it seems like it's going to be a tight game. Ooh, tight with the T's and the Tay-Tays and the T's all stacking up.
Oh, my God.
I don't think the Bills are winning this game.
So why did you bring the hat, you dick?
I had to feel the hat. I got to get the hat in the
hat's
moment.
It's speaking to him, Pat.
You know, but Dermot's due for a downfall.
Oh, I love it.
He's looking a little
He's
shaky.
due for what is this week, Ben? He's due
Well,
for.
it's coming. No, I don't think they win this game.
Do they cover?
No.
Okay.
Now, I'm not calling for a blitz this week.
I think they lose a close one then.
I think they lose a close. I think they lose by a touchdown.
Go ahead. Dermot's due for a downfall.
He got lucky yesterday, brother.
No, he didn't.
He better be kissing some.
He did look very relieved at the end of that game. I wouldn't even say it was celebration. It was instant relief.
He wanted on that plane and the hell out of there. And he looked like a guy who wanted to jump in bed and pull the sheets over his head.
Yeah.
Hey, how base do you think his motivational speech before the game was yesterday? Hey, let's get out there and all work together like people that should. Okay, let's go right now. All right, so Tommy, you're 0 for 4 right now.
Yeah.
And normally you would have your bonus pick to save you from going over.
Yeah.
But see, you decided to change things up. So first of all, I would like to point out you are 0 for this week.
Yes.
Not a single
Well, this was a
hit.
tough game.
Not for the Bills, it wasn't.
It was a tough game for them, too.
It didn't look easy.
Jesus Christ, been dropping all over.
But because you wanted to run your stupid mouth, didn't have a bonus pick, you got a bonus challenge, which will change how we do things on Friday. And this is why. Go ahead, Kimmy. Let's go.
Not so fast, buddy. I don't have a bonus pick this week.
That's your bonus? Your bonus is that you don't have a bonus?
I have a bonus request.
Oh.
So the WAD squad's going to come in here with their stats and run their mouth.
Talking about
with
Danger
their,
and Ryan
yeah,
after 9.
with his
All right.
radio show and his podcast he does with his busted brother. If I beat these guys this week in my picks,
Okay.
next Friday when they come in here, they have to sing their picks.
So this is a bonus challenge.
Ryan has to bring in his guitar.
Oh, you want guitar?
Well, he's going to be on
You want
stage
Yes, he will.
next Friday night, right?
He will be
Yeah.
performing a week from today
This will
at
be
the
a warm-up.
He's gotta
Tommy
warm up a
Muley.
little bit.
Yeah, you okay? Okay.
We're doing a little sound check.
Sure.
We're
We're that confident.
going to do an in-house sound check.
Uh-huh.
He has to sing his picks.
Question,
And
what
so
if
does
they
Danger.
tie?
So does Danger.
Oh, you want Danger to do it too?
Oh, yeah, I definitely want to hear Danger sing.
Okay.
He's Spanish. Most Spanish people can sing.
For all the picks I've made before. So after that, we played it for Ryan and Dick. First of all, Kimmy, can you just give me the buzzer because he deserves that?
Oh, okay.
Thank you. While we played that back for Danger and Ryan on Friday, we determined, Tommy, that there needed to be another side of this.
Okay.
So you will be singing your picks on Friday here in the break room.
So is Danger.
He did make all the same picks
He went down
Tommy
with
did.
me, so he
but
sings.
But here's the thing.
What? He has to sing
Does he
too.
have to go down with the ship?
He was
Well, no,
wrong.
But you said if you lost, if he didn't beat you, and he picked exactly the same, which in your brilliance,
But he
you did
sunk
not-
with me.
Okay, all right. Look, you're gonna have to figure
I
that
think
out
he
with
has to
Dage.
sing.
Okay, all right.
Don't
fair
you?
enough. Look, I would love to see it.
Well, then push him to sing.
Well, why don't you do it? You're the
I
big
am.
old-
He
you're
should
the-
sing. Your brother's going to bring in his guitar, right?
Yes, he is. Yes.
Yeah. It'll make
Oh, he's going
Danger
to bring
sing.
it in still.
Well, he's got to warm up for the big show. We got a big show Friday
Yeah,
night.
But he didn't lose. He
He's
didn't lose
bringing
the
it in
pick.
so Tommy can sing.
Yeah,
his
but I
picks.
need a rhythm.
Okay, I got you.
I
He's
can't
just
sing
your-
without
okay.
some rhythm.
Gotcha.
Yeah, no, you can't sing end of sentence. All right, so it's
Can't
an
wait
over
for
week.
Friday.
That is an over week. This is going to be Friday. Two things. First of all, Tommy's singing his pick. Second of all, Tommy's big 30-year event at Three Heads that we've been talking
Big
about for
night.
the last 2 weeks. Come on, baby. Tuxedos and guitars and handsome people. Maybe. I don't know who's coming. Let's take a break. With the holiday season upon us, again, we're in the middle of Hanukkah, but this is more of a Christmas discussion, Tommy.
What's up?
There is a gentleman who wrote us a tweet wondering if he did something bad to folks that were just trying to spread some holiday cheer in his neighborhood. And what's interesting about this tweet is, Kimmy, I didn't know people still did this, like for real.
Oh, okay.
Like some old school
It's
thing?
an old tradition that you thought went away?
I didn't even know this was like a tradition. I thought it was one of those things you read about in books but never actually happened. We'll tell you what we're talking about. And we'll do it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. It's the time of year for Christmas cheer.
Okay.
And Tommy, there's lots of ways to show it. But the most old school way is also the one you can control at your house the least. And if you're not ready for it, this can be a real pain in the ass. You hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, I am live from Kansas City this morning. Kimmy and Tommy back in the studio. I'll be back tomorrow morning. I miss you guys so much. I do.
What's that?
Well, we're missing you too. guys.
No, seriously. Look, Tommy, Midwestern people are different than New York people.
Oh, yeah.
I had so many brilliant jokes that just fell on deaf ears over the weekend.
That can be a tough crowd.
So with that being said, I would like to read you a tweet that we got from a man named Eric. I think he's like EC Cheesy on Twitter or something.
Okay.
Here is the tweet. You guys ready?
Yep.
Quote, tweets at us, Christmas carolers just woke my toddler up.
Oh.
That would piss me off.
What time is acceptable for this type of event? Am I validated that I told them to scram? The fact that he used the word scram lets us know that he's a good person. Whether or not he said scram, nobody uses scram if it's not the 1950s or they're a decent human being. Okay, so we don't have in this tweet the actual time they showed up to Eric's place.
Right.
Which means we are left to come up with a solid time where Christmas caroling should stop. And the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Now, Tommy, Kimmy, while you consider that, there is a question we need to answer first.
What's that?
How much caroling is still happening?
So I think it depends where you live.
Okay.
So we live next to a college.
Yes.
And they have come around before. Not every year, but the kids come around sometimes and do this through our neighborhood because they literally just walk across the street.
Yeah.
So we get the Naz
Are
kids.
they like is it like an official caroling group, or are these just drunk college kids saying, "Oh, let's go sing some Christmas songs"?
I wouldn't know the difference
Okay.
because I hate it.
But you live in like caroling town.
Oh yeah, and my
It's
wife.
a very walkable town, so I got to figure you get
It's
a
a
lot of
walking
caroling.
town. It's
Yeah.
a singing town.
Okay.
It's a town that everybody thinks they have talent and they don't, but they're so rich nobody's ever told them that they suck.
That's a great call.
So nobody's ever told these people to shut up.
Yeah.
So they just go off like car alarms. So we've had them. My wife eats it up. She thinks it's the coolest thing ever.
Yeah, I mean it's very quaint.
Sucks.
It sucks, Kimmy. It
I've
sucks.
never seen this before in my life.
You don't want to. And you're like me. You ain't gonna like it, man.
Well, I can see it being a little awkward because
you gotta stand there.
Yeah, we just go out and stand. Do I applaud?
Have you ever had
are you
somebody
supposed to tip them? I don't understand.
Have you ever had somebody like directly sing to you?
No, like not in like a small setting. No.
You know, it happens sometimes like weddings or something like that. You know?
Yeah.
Tommy, you think a boy has ever written a song and sang it to Kimmy's face, other than like a jingle for a taco stand somewhere?
But it's awkward.
That would be the key to my heart.
But it's awkward to stand there,
Yeah.
you know, because
Because even if they're really good, it's just an awkward situation.
Right.
Yeah.
So, Kimmy, I'm with you. I've never had a caroler at any place I've ever lived in my
No.
entire
Wait, there's no
life.
West Side caroling.
Well, is
No,
there
like
West Side caroling?
I don't know.
Usually when
There's
you see a
gotta
group of
be.
people coming down the street, there's problems on the West Side. That's a gang.
I'm guessing like in any like little town or village, they probably get it, right? Like between like, because I remember like high school kids, like they'd go around to like the nursing home and stuff and do it like little places throughout town.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but like the
sure.
door to door is what I'm
yeah,
talking about.
yeah, I
Like,
know what you're saying.
you know, I
And
grew up
it's-
in
Yeah, go
I grew up in Gates. I lived in the Winton neighborhood, and I've lived in Henrietta, two places. Not a single time in my 37 years has anyone ever knocked on the door and started singing.
I've only gotten it in Pittsford. I didn't have it in Webster. I lived downtown, didn't have it. I lived in Cornhill, didn't have it.
Which
Okay,
is funny that we've all lived downtown and never seen it. I would think that would be a popular place for it to happen, especially like at the Park Ave area.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Nothing?
you're right. But that's got a Pittsford vibe to it, too, where it's
Yeah.
like, I have money, I own property here, and you're not going to tell me that I suck.
Yes.
So then I guess the question is, because Tommy or Kimmy brought up a good point. You know, Pittsford being a walkable town, you got Fairport that's similar to that, right?
Yeah.
There's a nice little place in East Rochester. Is it the oldest, tightest towns, or is it the douchiest towns that lend itself to Christmas caroling in Rochester?
It's the douchiness. It is. It's your precocious kid.
Okay, who
Oh,
taught
you're
you
assuming they're
precocious?
kids. I thought it may be like a mix of like adults and kids. Going
Yeah, but
to
they
do it.
started out as precocious kid.
Okay. Oh, I
Turns
gotcha.
into douchey adult.
I gotcha.
That's if you do the evolution chart of douche, when that little kid comes out of the water and then turns into that gigantic douche that's standing in your front yard. That's how that happens.
It's called an evidution.
Yes, thank you.
You're welcome.
I
Okay.
would assume that like caroling went away just based on how busy families are.
Well, so you bring up a great point there, and that actually comes off of this tweet that we get from a guy named Eric. He tweets at us last week, Christmas carolers just woke my toddler up. What is an acceptable time for this type of event? Am I validated that I told them to scram? Like, Kimmy, if we talk about when Christmas caroling is okay, because I know you guys have been thinking about when Christmas caroling should stop. So tell me, what is the cutoff for Christmas caroling in your opinion?
The time?
Yeah.
Well, they're always going to come around after dinner.
Okay.
Which makes
Yeah.
sense because you want somebody home to sing
Right.
to.
Right.
Can't do it all day because ain't nobody home. So they're going to start showing up like bounced checks at around 6:30, 7 o'clock. It's like trick-or-treating, basically. It works around the same time.
Sure.
Okay.
So I would say I would expect them anywhere after 6. And it could go to 9, 10 o'clock at
Oh,
night.
you said that late? I was going to say like 8 o'clock max.
That would be great, but I don't know.
Well, but you brought up a problem because you're right. You got to wait for everyone to be home from work, and 6:30
Yeah.
seems like the
Right.
start time. But like, I don't know what time Eric puts his kid down, but there are people that put their toddlers down at 7:30.
Yeah.
We
And-
did when my kids were little.
You know, they're walking around with those stupid candles and stuff.
Well, that's how you know they're coming.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, or troubles are coming. And the douchiest one we ever had was this one guy was in what I would guess you would call a street legal golf cart,
Okay.
and they were all piling it back. It was like one of these. It was like
Oh,
one
so
of
they
the
weren't
fancy-
even walking? They
No,
were-
and it was like a 3-seater golf cart, and they
Yeah.
were like he was parked, and then they were going down the street, and then I guess they were going to go off into other neighborhoods.
Okay.
Like you don't get any more
Golf cart caroler.
golf cart caroler. That's
Yeah,
about
you're
as
right.
douchey as it gets, man.
Golf Cart Caroler is my favorite Ribs Arkansas song. And look, here's the thing: as we talk about caroling, and I mean the different experiences you have with it, it doesn't exist in some towns. It happens every year in other towns here in Rochester. Caroling now, in this day and age, makes no sense for one very simple reason.
Right.
If you wanted to hear local people perform Christmas music, there are so many places you can go.
Oh yeah.
I mean, they got those school chorus concerts at the mall all the time.
Right.
Every town in Rochester has an adult chorus that will be putting on a holiday performance. There are actual ticketed events from professionals in our area at like Jiva and Eastman and places like that.
Right.
If you want to perform, you could go to those places. And if I wanted to hear a performance, I would go to those places.
Yes.
So why are you forcing this on me?
Because it's so. I guess it's the charm of interrupting your evening. Like I get it how it started because there was no entertainment.
Sure.
You know, I get it. You were stuck in your house. You had a fire, a candle, and some crappy book you probably read 10 times. But now I don't need you. I don't need you coming. I don't need your off-key performance with candles and golf carts.
But you're like their prime audience.
I know.
You got nothing else going on.
And he's old.
And he's just, you can sit there with your, glass of whiskey and take it all in.
Yeah, you could.
Yeah.
And then, but here's the other thing: it's always freezing cold, right?
Well, yeah.
Yeah, it's
gonna
winter.
You're gonna stand out there.
But you could grab your home. You could grab whatever you need.
I don't
You
want to
go
grab
stand
nothing.
outside.
When I go in my house, you know what that means?
Yeah.
I don't have to grab nothing because I'm home.
Are you? You don't have to go outside.
I do because I have a wife that's going outside.
Okay, all right.
So she goes out. I got to go out. The dog's
How
got to go
long do
out.
how long does the average person stand outside for? Because I don't think they only sing you like one or two songs, right?
Like
and then
there's
they move
two?
on.
I thought it was one song. I'm not standing there for 2 songs.
think it's-
Okay.
I think it's
so
one and done.
You're out there like 3-4 minutes
But
max.
it's the longest 4 minutes of your life. It's like free falling. It's like you can't believe how long 30 seconds actually is when you're about to die.
And it's even worse when they perform Tom Petty's Free Fall. Like,
Yes.
the irony is amazing.
And I break into free ball and everybody leaves.
252 WCMF. Folks are waiting on hold. We had asked with Eric, this tweet he directed us late last week, is trying to put his toddler to bed. Christmas carolers showed up at his house, told him to scram. Kimmy and I are amazed by this because we've never seen actual real-life carolers at our homes. Tommy gets one every 15 hours in Pittsford. Let's talk to Tom. Hey, Tom, what's going on, buddy? You're on CMF.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Good.
Good. So I actually had this happen to me when I lived in Williamston. I worked overnight at the Penfield Wegmans, and I was sleeping about 4 o'clock, and I heard a knock on my door, and I was exhausted. I went and opened the door, and to my surprise, there was a bunch of people caroling. And I don't even remember what I said. I was so tired, but I shut the door and went back to bed. Now,
Wait,
my
you didn't
ex-wife
say anything?
got-
You just closed the door in their faces.
I think I said I got to sleep or something. I don't know, guys. I was so tired, and Holidays at Wegmans sucked. I hated it. So I closed the door and went back to bed because I was exhausted. And my ex-wife got mad at me. Am I validated there, or am I a bad guy?
Well, you could have gone back to bed and she could have went out and enjoyed it. You
No,
kind of made the
nobody was
decision.
home. It was just me.
Oh,
It was just
gotcha.
me.
Gotcha.
No,
And I was
ex-wives are never
sleeping
right.
'cause I worked overnight.
Yeah.
And I heard, and I was so, it was just exhausted.
You're
and
fried.
It woke me up, and I'm standing there in the cold. And and I'm like, I gotta go back to sleep. And I shut the door and went back to bed. And I didn't. And I always wondered if is that a bad move or what? What do you guys think?
No, you did the right thing.
No, hold on. Look, I want to do what you did, Tom.
The
and
kid
I
was
don't.
fried.
Look, I don't hold it against you, but I feel like once you open the door,
Yeah.
you have to commit to the carol.
I would have
But
just
I didn't know
ignored
who
it.
was there. But I was asleep and I heard a door and it was like frantic. Whenever you hear a frantic knock at your door, you think something's wrong.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
Look, I'm with you, man. I'm
I
with
thought
you,
it was
but
emergent, and I opened it up, and as soon as I opened up, they started singing. I was thinking, oh,
right.
crap. But
Let me ask you this. Is this a dick move
Yeah.
if I don't want to come outside, but I agree to watch you through my ring cam?
Or your window or something.
Exactly. That's even worse. I think that's worse.
oh, Tom, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the
Just
day.
everybody
thank you,
get
guys.
in.
Bye.
Just everybody kind of squeeze into the frame there, and I'll listen from inside.
No, but I mean to Tom's story there,
Yeah.
like when carolers show up, you have to treat it the exact same way as if someone who has a gunshot wound shows up at your front step. Like you don't want to do this, but
Like
you now have to handle the situation.
Or like a kid with candy, right? Like
Yeah.
you're not going to shut the door with a kid who's selling you candy bars. You're not going to slam the door in his face or
Well,
her
no, but
face.
there I get candy. That's
Right.
that's a win.
And like a little kid doing something adorable.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah.
I can get behind.
But there
that.
could be kids
But
caroling.
these grown ass college baby grown ass kid singing in my yard. Give me a break, man.
They may just be doing that to annoy you.
Well, it's working.
Let's go to that Dick Tommy Mulet's house.
All right, let's take a break. Speaking of issues, because I mean, Tommy, these are your neighbors walking around Carolyn, right?
Yeah, all right.
And Tom tells a story about sleeping in the middle of the day, working overnights, and that could be the situation we have with the story in front of us right now. What's unique about this, Tommy, is when we see neighbor disputes, normally it's two people that live in houses close to each other. This sounds like it might be an apartment or a townhome.
That's tough.
And a man, Tommy, around your age, well, he's older than you, who I guess, according to the accusations, wasn't going to takes it no more. We'll tell you the story next in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. But first, this holiday season, all your wishes are coming true on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Because right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 money line bet. That's $150 if your team wins. If you've been thinking about joining FanDuel, there is no better time to get in on the action. The app is so easy to use. There's a wide range of betting options, including spreads, player props, over-unders, and more. So visit FanDuel.com/Duffy and kick off the NFL season. FanDuel, official partner of the NFL and official partner of 96.5 WCMF. 21 plus and physically present in New York. First online real money wager only. $5 pregame money line wager required. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. For help with a gambling problem, call 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY. You never know what people are capable of.
Nah.
And Tommy, that includes the people that live closest to you.
What happened?
Well, when folks get angry and frustrated, they can go off. Something that this man, a little on in years, may have proved to all of us.
Ooh.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. The story comes to us from Wayne County. It's an incident that went down last Thursday afternoon, but we're just hearing about it this morning. Police arrested a 67-year-old man.
Damn.
After they say, Tommy, he assaulted his neighbors with a baseball bat.
God
Oh,
damn.
jeez.
So it sounds like they were either apartment or townhome neighbors because according to authorities, the 67-year-old thought his upstairs neighbors were making too much noise. So police say he went up there and assaulted them with a baseball bat.
So he commenced to swinging.
So here's the thing. We don't have many details on this story. But past the obvious question of why would you assault your neighbor with a baseball bat?
Yeah.
Why would you let a man with a baseball bat into your apartment?
Oh, like open the door and let him in?
Maybe you
like-
didn't know until you opened the door.
Like he was hiding it behind his back?
Well,
Yeah.
if it has like one of those little,
Peephole?
like peepholes, and he had it like he was holding it down low, you may not see it right away.
But you know he's angry. You'd have to know he's angry.
I wouldn't open it just on that.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, like why would you want to deal with arguing with a 67-year-old man, baseball bat or not? You just leave the door closed.
Right.
Yeah.
But you opened it up. I guess they have a running history, maybe.
Okay, and I guess it's also possible that he like caught him in the hallway later,
Oh,
but that
okay.
wouldn't make a lot of sense.
Yeah.
The other funny part of this, Tommy, is if they heard that if they heard the knock at the door, how loud could they have been?
Oh, yeah.
Good point. Unless he
Yeah.
was really banging on the door.
Oh, he could have been banging with the bat.
Yeah.
Oh,
And that's-
okay.
yeah.
Ba, 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 ba.
What the heck's going on?
So the victim of the baseball bat assault, alleged
Yeah.
baseball bat assault, was taken to the hospital with a cut to their head. The 67-year-old man was arrested, charged with assault and criminal possession of a weapon. So, couple of things here.
Okay.
One, you would not expect a neighbor to ever do this to you.
No.
But further, a 67-year-old neighbor,
Yeah.
you would think would be the least likely of all your neighbors to pull a move like this. Am I wrong in thinking that?
No, you're right, because he has screwed the rest of his life. Whatever life he has left, he has just put a knife into that.
Yeah.
He's done.
Yeah, I mean, assault and illegal weapons charge, which is funny. Like, I don't know how big was the barrel where he picked up that charge, too?
We don't know how old the victims were, do we?
We do not.
Okay.
And, like, I understand that there are people listening right now thinking, old guys get cranky. You see this stuff all the time. And don't get me wrong, Tommy, we've seen old guys go off. But normally when old guys go off, it's a reaction in the moment. Like they yell at someone at a store.
Yeah.
They try and run a kid down with their truck. Think of the steps that this man, if the allegations are true, had to take to pick up these allegations.
Yeah.
He had to get mad. He had to find a baseball bat in his apartment.
Get his shoes on. That
Yep.
takes time.
By the way, the baseball bat in the apartment is a whole separate conversation.
Okay.
Because unless you play old man tournament softball, what are you doing with a baseball bat in your apartment?
You don't need one.
A guy like that, I would think, you know.
That's his protection?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. It's almost like he probably tells people that too every time they spot the bat.
Okay, fair enough. But then he takes the bat,
Yeah.
he goes upstairs, he knocks on the door, according to police, gets in an argument, and swings. If the allegations are true, Tommy, there are so many steps for a man that age. Wouldn't he need a nap in there at some point?
Yeah, sure. A couple of
Right?
breaths. Absolutely. I wonder if this is a type of mixed apartment where it's young and old people. Like, it's not like a retirement community. I wonder if it's like, it's just a regular apartment house where he could be living next to 20-year-old kids.
Yeah.
30-year-old
Yeah.
kids.
Okay, but
That,
even
and
if it
that
is-
would anger you enough
Oh, yeah.
to begin with.
That's why
So
you got your bat.
anytime those kids made noise.
My correction
Yeah.
stick.
But correction stick. But here's the thing: even if it was a 55-plus community, and I will use this as an example, I'm in Kansas City right now, broadcasting after going to the game yesterday,
Yeah.
and meeting our new boss for the first time.
Yeah.
He very kindly had me over to his home last night.
Nice.
The guy's a big rock and roll fan, obviously. He's in radio, and he has one of the most like kick-ass stereo setups I've ever seen in my life. Subwoofers and amps everywhere. That guy's over 55. He could have very easily been playing that music super loud in a 55-plus community.
Okay,
You know what I mean?
right. Yeah, true.
And let's not forget the Skyview apartment complex. I think that's the right place out in Irondequoit.
Mm-hmm.
There was a story we told you about last week where one of the residents there was firing a gun willy-nilly all over the place.
Yeah, but that wasn't at anybody. That was just
general.
Yeah, just general shooting.
General shooting, you would think would have been a good general in the Civil War. Not good. Not good. But the point I'm making, Kimmy, is like this idea that 55-plus communities are these quiet, low-key places, maybe with the type of people that are now over 55 is wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it isn't like people of that age when I was a kid.
Yeah. Did they just kind of, sat around, watch TV?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was
a little
Lawrence
bit more
Welkin,
mellow.
and steal the sugar from the restaurant. But now we find out that they're way more sexually active. They're playing pickleball.
More hobbies, more activities.
They're shooting.
Yeah.
They're fighting. They're effing. They're having a good time.
They
Partying.
are.
Maybe
But
the
it's-
hardcore partiers are now in these 55-plus communities.
I would not put that past anybody.
Well, I mean, look at a guy like Kimmy. Your dad's over 55.
Yes, he is.
He's a fireball guy.
Yeah, if anything, he parties more now than he did, 20 years ago.
And people are living longer and better.
He plays his pickleball,
Yeah.
turns up the TV really loud for no reason.
Crank it up.
I mean, tell me, you want to talk about partying over 55. If you've ever gone to a Bills game, I saw it yesterday at Arrowhead walking through the lot, going to like a country concert tailgate.
Oh, yeah.
It's all old guys getting after it.
Mm-hmm. And they know how to get after it.
And like, here's the thing, man. You combine the living the longer, you combine the socially accepted partying after 55, then you have all news sources just angrying up the blood. It's a dangerous mix.
Yeah. Should be interesting.
So as we tell you about this story, again, it comes out in Wayne County. A 67-year-old man was arrested after police say he assaulted his neighbors with a baseball bat after he said they were making too much noise. The victim had to go to the hospital with a cut on their head. The 67-year-old man arrested, charged with assault and criminal possession of a weapon. I know right now, Tommy, there are some folks listening to us siding with the old man.
For taking a bat and taking it into his own hands?
Well, Tommy, if you've ever lived in an apartment or a townhome, you know how miserable it can be when someone is blasting music or television and it's coming through the walls.
I don't even know if it's that. Sometimes just the way somebody walks can drive you nuts.
Okay, fair
Like they
enough.
may be stomping around up there.
Yeah,
They may
true.
not even be intentionally making noise, but it's just the way the building is.
But here's the thing. In this specific story, if the allegations are true, even if he was frustrated out of his mind at the noise coming from above him, he has no leg to stand on because the story says the incident happened in the middle of the day.
Oh, yeah. Well,
Oh, you're right. Yeah.
yeah.
If this is 2 a.m., this guy's got a right to be upset.
Yeah.
If it's between like noon and 4, what is there to be mad about?
Yeah, maybe you want to lay down for a little nap, something
Yeah.
like that.
And look, I get it. Maybe you work shift work. You're at the age where a nap in the middle of the day sounds nice, fine. But you don't have a right to be angry when someone's making noise in the middle of the day.
I'm sure there's no rule you can point to at 2 p.m. that says no noise allowed.
But the weird thing, man, when you live in an apartment complex, and the last one I lived in Florida, it was like a lot of trashy South Florida people in this place, right? So, guy right below me gets into an argument with the guy right next door.
Okay.
And
you
I'm on
hear
the
this
second
all go
floor.
down. Yeah.
I'm watching it. I'm hearing it.
Okay.
And it's so funny because I got the entire information just listening in.
Yeah.
And the problem was like you're stuck on top of it didn't come to blows, but they were like screaming at each other.
Yeah.
And the one guy's girlfriend who was the problem was also involved.
You had to love this, by the way.
Oh, it was great. She
Yeah.
was
Oh my
like this loud, slutty chick, and she
Did you ever
swore-
actually talk to these people?
Wait, your mom was there?
Did you ever actually have a conversation with these people? Or are you just going based off of everything you heard through your walls?
I mean, I hi, goodbye,
Okay.
waves type stuff.
But you knew their whole life story.
But they had to live with each other after that.
Yeah.
After all the dust settled, they still had we had this area where it had like a pool and like the laundry. So
Yeah.
we ran into people. Like, I don't know how you do that and then have a fight and still
Yeah.
have to like see that person
Yeah.
the next day going for your mail, or it's so awkward.
But it happens all the time.
Yes.
And Kimmy, it's funny. You nailed Tommy's drama love perfectly. You know those videos on like National Geographic where all of a sudden like 3 meerkats pop their heads out of a hole?
Yes.
Like that's what I imagine that looked like when Tommy heard, ooh, ooh.
Ooh, drama that I'm not a part of.
Well, I could hear, so the one couple, I could always hear their stuff going on because she was so loud.
Yeah.
And she swore like crazy, and it was funny to listen to. Because, like, any dirt, like, they got really personal with each other.
Yeah.
Like, I knew, like, I almost knew, like, how much money they had, how many bills they were behind.
You are explaining why the network of Bravo
Oh, yeah.
got to the way it is today.
Yeah.
Because everybody loves to hear that type of drama in somebody's life.
Because you're eavesdropping, but you're not even doing nothing.
Yeah.
It just dropped in your lap.
Going back to the story here with the 67-year-old man allegedly assaulting his upstairs neighbor out in Wayne County for making too much noise. The one thing I would love to know,
What's that?
how many interactions this man had with these neighbors before this moment. Because you would think, Tommy, if the allegations are true, there is no way this is the first time they've had words, right?
No, it sounds like it escalated to that.
There's
Like
a buildup for sure.
Yeah, you don't go from 0 to baseball bat.
No.
Although, again, if this was one of many interactions, why would the neighbor engage this old guy?
Maybe because they want to piss him off. I mean,
Okay.
maybe they were poking the tiger a little bit. You know what I mean?
Okay. The other thing that was bouncing around in my head here. Let's say a 67-year-old man does come at you with a baseball bat. How do you defend that?
Oh, I don't
Because,
know. Yeah.
now, I mean, look, man, there's no arguing. If someone's coming at you with a baseball bat, you got to do what you got to do, right?
Yeah.
But for the younger set, if this is a younger person, even if he has the bat and you get the best of him, there are going to be people who judge you for hurting a 67-year-old man.
True.
That's not fair.
No.
Like, I feel like there should be like social rules in place that once an elderly man has a weapon, you can kick that guy's ass as hard as you want.
But we get a pass. I mean, the one thing
The
about
more
getting
frail,
old is
the-
we get this pass.
Yeah.
Like, you almost sound proud of it.
I'll take it, man.
Because anybody can, he can swing that bat still. It may not be as hard as he used to be able to swing, but anybody with a bat, no matter how like frail they look, can do some damage.
Yeah, sure.
100%. 100%. All right, with
It's nice being a senior citizen.
With that being said, it is a post-game Monday here, just after 9 o'clock, as I'm live in Kansas City after that amazing Bills win. It's the biggest win of the season, hands down. Normally we have our Bills experts after 9 o'clock, but me being away, there's a whole bunch of technical stuff. It would have been too difficult. And we actually lucked out here because, and I have witnesses to this.
Wow.
I have witnesses. The folks in the Midwest are super kind. There were 2 incidents yesterday that came out of nowhere, and we'll get to that just after 9 o'clock. But before we get to the NFL, Tommy, there was another major sports story over the weekend.
What happened?
It involves arguably the best player in Major League Baseball and unarguably the most money ever signed in the history of the sport.
Really?
So much so that it has blown past what the initial biggest contract was ever by light years.
Because we're kind of nearing $1 billion.
There were those who thought he could get that.
Wow.
And we'll tell you the whole story next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. But, Tommy, we're getting close to Christmas time, buddy.
Oh, boy. What I need ideas, Pat.
I got you. No problem. OmahaSteaks.com delivered right to your or your family or your friend's front door the most delicious meat you have ever had in your life. And Tommy, that's not hyperbole. I've been doing this thing for 2 years. I was a little skeptical of meat on my front door.
Yeah.
It's phenomenal. Unbelievably good. So here's what you do. You go to OmahaSteaks.com.
Yeah.
50% off site-wide right off the bat.
Wow, so it's almost half off.
It's exactly half.
Oh, so
exactly half off. Then, when you use promo code Duffy at checkout, you get an additional $30 off your order.
Woo, woo, woo. Slow down, beef breath. Let me ask you this. I put your name in there. I get the $30. Then I'm out on the half off deal.
Okay. No, look, I would yell at you, but I am extremely hungover, and I'm doing my best not to throw up in these studios that I do not work in on a normal basis. So I will tell you you're wrong, and I hate everything you stand for.
Right.
But that doesn't change the fact that when you go to OmahaSteaks.com with everything on the site already 50% off, you get an additional $30 off when you put Duffy in at checkout. I mean, it's the best gift you can give. It's delicious and unconditional guarantee. We're talking butcher cuff filet mignon. We're talking steak burgers. We're talking jumbo franks. We're talking desserts like caramel apple tartlets. Even easy to make meals that you can just pop and roll. OmahaSteaks.com. 50% off site-wide. Duffy at checkout for an additional $30 off. gets to stepping, minimum order may be required. It's an incomprehensible amount of money. And it's all in one shot, Tommy.
Wow.
We'll get into it next on CMF. We'll get back into this Bills game, the biggest win of the season in Kansas City, just after 9 o'clock. I'm live from the studios in Kansas City here in the break room on CMF. Tommy, Kimmy, back in the studios. How's it going, guys?
Fantastic.
Going well. Good.
Good.
Well,
Good. You know what would be great, man?
What's that?
Well, I got to fly home today.
yeah.
A private jet would really help that situation.
Ooh, fancy.
But who's got private jet money?
Well, nobody.
There's one man who now has private jet money. Over the weekend, baseball star Shohei Ohtani signed a new contract. He is now a member of the Los Angeles Dodgers.
Is this the kid that he can pitch and he can hit?
He is a unicorn. He's the first to pitch and hit on a regular basis since Babe Ruth tried to do it over 100 years ago.
But he's like a major slugger. Right?
Yes, and I'll get more into that in a second because we're burying the lead here, Tom.
All right, sorry.
His contract is a 10-year, $700 million contract.
Not bad.
Okay.
Okay.
Not bad.
So that's the largest contract in Major League Baseball history.
It's going to be the largest contract in contracts.
In North American sports history also.
Okay.
Just to give you because I know there aren't diehard baseball fans, and maybe you've heard the name Shohei Ohtani because he's such a remarkable baseball player. To give you perspective on what they think this man is worth, if $700 billion didn't do it, the last largest dollar amount for a contract was signed by Mike Trout, his now former teammate, in 2019. And that contract, Tommy, was for $426 million.
So this damn near doubles it.
He blew past it by $250 million.
Think of all that money tied up in those two guys that you didn't even get to see just based on the team they played for.
They didn't win
I mean, unless you're like a super deep baseball fan and subscribe to a lot of that stuff, you didn't see any of it.
You're right. Even more remarkable, they didn't win a playoff game while both of those two were on the same roster.
Nuts.
But not to get deep baseball here.
Okay.
So to your point, Tommy, Shohei Ohtani is one of the most remarkable players we've ever seen. He's a really good pitcher. Most of the time, pitchers don't hit, but he also hits as well. Tommy, from 2021 to 2023, he hit 124 home runs and stole 57 bases.
Well, he steals bases, too?
Yes. And he did that while striking out over 100 batters and having an ERA under 3. He is a legitimate star on both sides of the field.
He's a one-man team.
Yeah.
It is bananas. And here's the crazy, I know it sounds like it can't get any more insane, Tommy. He got that money that we just told you, despite the fact that he's hurt.
Yeah.
And
hurt in a bad way for his position.
Oh.
Yeah, it's a UCL, right? It's what Josh had last year?
Yeah, he's got to get Tommy John, or he had Tommy John surgery, I thought.
Which Tommy would have been excited about because he thinks he gets free underwear with it, but that's not actually the case. Tommy, there are people, and I don't know how true this is. I'm not plugged into the finances of baseball like everybody else is. But there were folks that say if he wasn't hurt, that might have been $1 billion contract.
Damn.
$1 billion. And he's 29.
So he's a little bit older.
Yes, but knowing that the back half of this contract is going to be a terrible deal for the team, they didn't care. They still gave him $700 million, guaranteed, no matter what.
Well, I guess because you figure like he's still going to be good at one of those things, even if you know, you know what I mean.
Right.
Even if, like, let's say for whatever reason he never, gets his pitching back or whatever, he can still hit. So I guess you got that. You got that to fall back on.
Yeah, but most teams don't pay $700 million for a guy that may be able to hit into his late 30s.
And I don't see how, and I know they do. I never figure out how they make money. Like,
Baseball,
if I have to pay you damn near $1 billion and I got all this, what's left for me if I'm the owner? What do I get left?
Bro, I'm with you 100%. But
I know they make money. I know.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
Well, look, there's a reason why teams I'm in Kansas City right now. There's a reason why teams like the Royals and the Pirates and the Brewers are always bad because they can't afford to give someone a $700 million contract.
But it's weird because you're also in a stadium where they're paying that guy damn near $500 million to play quarterback.
Yeah, you're right about that. Yeah, you're right.
And this he's Japanese, right?
I think so. Yes.
I thought he was Japanese.
Yeah, I think you're right.
So, and I think I don't even know if he speaks fluent English.
I know that they usually, when they interview him, they do have an interpreter there, but I think that he does speak some English.
Okay. Because it would be tough to market that guy, too. Because they want to make their money off of him.
I have seen him pop up in a few things, but to your point, when you have that big of a contract, like you would think he'd be the face of baseball.
Right.
Well, I mean, it
and
sucks.
Maybe he is. I just don't. I guess I don't pay enough attention.
He can't do a Subway ad.
Well, if only there were more people in Asia that would be, drawn to this.
I don't know.
You know
how many people are there?
Yeah, it's not Japanese people, not a lot of them.
They don't drink our beer. They don't like our food.
The hell are you talking about?
I don't know.
He can't do the ads.
252 WCMF. Shohei Ohtani signed with the Los Angeles Dodgers over the weekend for $700 million over 10 years. That is all guaranteed. And it's the largest contract in Major League Baseball history by $1 billion. It's the largest contract in North American sports history. What do you do with $700 million?
Everything. Twice.
Well, but he seems like a very boring guy. Kimmy, you know this. Your husband's a big baseball fan.
Yeah, I don't know
Well, do you not
much
think
about
he's
him
boring
in his
because
like personal life. Yeah, like I don't know. You don't see a lot about baseball players in general outside of the sport, so I don't know. Maybe he does like to party. Who knows?
Yeah, but most Japanese people are very subdued people.
Oh, my God.
They are.
But he's a young guy. He's not even 30.
I get it, but the Asian culture is a little bit more chill.
Can I ask you a question? Mm-hmm. How many Japanese people do you know?
All the ones I see on TV.
You don't know a single. Have you ever met?
Bro, when I was watching TV when I was a kid, Japanese people were on all the time.
Yeah, I wouldn't use anything from before 1995 to judge any kind of Asian person based on movies or
Well,
television.
you're basing it on the movies you see. Or you think they're out of control.
No, I didn't say they were out of
You
control.
kinda are.
I'm basing it on the fact that this guy just carries himself very quietly. For example, like going through he could have marketed himself and made money while he was doing this whole free agent signing thing.
Yeah.
He kept it so quiet that the Toronto Blue Jays thought they were, at least their fans, thought he was signing with the Blue Jays because they tracked a plane from Los Angeles to Toronto, thought he was on it. He didn't say a word. He just kept it quiet. And to make his announcement, he simply tweeted out a picture of the Dodgers logo.
Oh.
Well, I wonder if teams are willing to pay this guy so much because, to your point, he is big in other markets and other places around the world where they saw that as an opportunity.
But I thought like, especially in Japan and in Korea, baseball is huge.
Yeah.
It is.
Like, so why they've already got that market seemed like locked up. What does this kid do for
I guess
you?
a different team could benefit from it. I don't know.
I mean, I guess the equivalent would be, and I know this is weird because, I mean, there are now diehard soccer fans. Think of, the best American soccer player going over into Europe and having name recognition like David Beckham or, Kimmy, give me more soccer players.
That Messi guy.
Yeah. But he plays in America now.
Yeah. All right.
God, we're so bad at soccer.
I feel like there are some obvious ones we may be missing, but
None
whatever.
of this matters. Let's get back to sports that America loves.
Yes.
Like football. Because the Bills got their biggest win of the season yesterday. And I was fortunate enough, I'm still in Kansas City right now, to see that game in Arrowhead. If you've ever traveled to watch your team on the road, which I have been fortunate enough to do a whole bunch of times, there's a dance you have to do, Tommy.
What's that?
Well, like if I'm in Buffalo, I can say do whatever I want. That's my home stadium. But I do want to be conscious of the people around me when I'm tailgating, when I'm watching the game, when I'm just walking around in my Bill stuff. You want to be friendly. And I will say this.
Yeah.
Everybody I met in Kansas City throughout the day going to this game were the kindest, coolest, laid back, awesome people.
Great.
Except for two.
And you found them.
And I know this story sounds nuts. I have witnesses.
And it wasn't your fault.
None of these were my. Well, tell you, I know you're going to think.
Right.
You're going to say it's my fault. But I didn't do nothing. I didn't do it.
Talking pretty loud and fast there, buddy.
One, I did absolutely
Trying to get ahead of something
nothing.
here?
Okay, all right.
But it seems to follow you wherever you go.
Bro,
but it's
no.
not your fault.
It's a certain type of person.
Yeah,
Just shut
you.
up, Tommy. I don't know what happened.
Yeah.
We'll get into it next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. they say one bad apple spoils the whole bunch, Tom.
Mm.
And here's the thing. I was going out of my way to be a good guy.
Oh, yeah?
Hand to God.
Okay.
Yet 2 people yesterday, throughout a sea of kind and amazing and gentle human beings, has me leaving Missouri or Kansas or wherever the hell I am right now
Yeah.
with a little bit of a weird taste in my mouth.
What happened?
You hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, it is a post-game Monday, a victory Monday after by far the biggest win of the Bills season yesterday. 20-17 in Arrowhead. I was fortunate enough to get to witness it myself. I'm still in Kansas City broadcasting live. I'll see you guys tomorrow, and I can't wait to see you. Because people here are different, Tommy.
Oh, yeah. Different pace.
Yeah, and like they're nice and they're cool, but I'll be honest with you, I feel like I haven't really talked to anybody since I left until I got on the air with you guys.
That's probably smart, though. Maybe let them cool off a little bit.
Yeah.
All right, so here's the thing. I fly into Kansas City on Saturday night. I get in talking to people there in the airport and walking around the city, and they're all like, oh, this is going to be a great game. Chiefs fans, obviously, right? Super cool. And then I get to the hotel, and they're doing the same thing. I mean, Tommy, you know when these teams get together, the games are phenomenal.
Yeah.
So yesterday morning, I get up. Our boss is picking me up from the hotel, and we're going to go to Arrowhead for the game. And I've got my Josh Allen jersey on. I got my Bills hat. I have my Bills starter jacket, and I am ready to roll. I'm standing outside waiting for him to pull in.
All right.
I'm looking at my phone,
Where?
and this car drives by. It's a pickup truck. The passenger window is down. And this woman, who looked to be between 65 and 75, screams out the window, hey, go F yourself.
Wait, so she had seen your act?
She doesn't say F. So here's the thing, man. I don't think she's talking to me because why would you do that?
Yeah.
So I look like behind me,
Yeah.
and she's talking to me.
All right.
And I was so taken aback by this, like I look at her, and my mouth is like open in shock. I didn't even know what to say back. And as I'm looking at this woman, after she tells me to go F myself,
Yeah.
she hangs out the window and double birds me.
Really?
Okay.
With her old bony hand.
I'm almost impressed.
That bony bird is kind of off-putting. Is it like an old lady's bird
That's
finger?
what I'm looking at right now that you're
Look at
doing
that,
to me.
look at that, look
That's
at
an
that.
old lady bird right there. Old lady
I
bird.
think where them nasty old lady hands have been.
But does that make it more insulting then?
Oh, absolutely. She don't
So-
wash them hands.
So
They don't in the Midwest. They don't wash their hands, man.
as this is happening,
Yeah.
there's a guy, I think there was like a kids soccer tournament in town because there was a bunch of, so there's like one of the dads is bringing like soccer equipment and like water bottles into the hotel. And he looks at me and he goes, what did you do? And I go, I don't know. And he goes, he's concerned for me.
Yeah.
He's like, are you okay?
Like,
And
why did you upset this old
Right.
woman?
Well, like, but he starts like worrying about me, Kimmy. He's like, "Are you okay?" Like, I would have
Yeah.
been so taken aback by
Right.
that I could not continue my day any further. So I'm like, it's the weirdest thing. And like, here's the problem. I then, Tommy, decided I was probably going to have more negative interactions like that throughout the rest of the day.
Well, you would think if that's how your day
Sets the
starts.
tone, yeah.
Exactly. I don't know what Chiefs fans are like. I've never, we don't have Chiefs fans in New York, right?
Pretty rare.
So we drive out to Arrowhead, and the stadium, it's gorgeous, right? Like it's like one of those places where you got to see it if you're a football fan before you die. Very
Okay.
cool. So we're out in the lots, and me and our boss, we're walking around and we're checking out the scene. And Tommy, these people could not have been kinder. They're inviting us into their tailgates. They're offering us drinks. We're high-fiving. We're laughing. It was a very Buffalo-like tailgate scene.
Okay.
Wasn't as crazy, but very similar. So I'm like, okay, this is better. And we go into the stadium, and we were put in the suites, the company suites there. So I'm sitting in the suite, and everybody in the suite is unbelievably kind. And Tommy, the way that this works out is there's a row of 2 seats, and then we are right behind like regular seats, rows of
Okay.
people. And then I'm right against the wall. So there's a guy in another suite who's like sitting right next to me that I don't know. And throughout the game, the folks that I'm working with, the guy that I don't know, we're just having the time of our lives, man.
All right.
The game is interesting.
Sure.
It's awesome. They're getting excited. I'm getting excited. And I kept making jokes every time I would involuntarily jump up or get excited. Like, hey, guys, I'm sorry. Here's a reaction. And they're like, no, you're supposed to react like that. That's what football's about. Every time these teams get together, something crazy happens. And I'm like, okay, I feel comfortable.
And what happened?
So I'm sitting in my seat, and our boss, Bob, is sitting next to me.
Yeah.
And with like 5 minutes left in the game, when the Bills are driving down the field, Josh did something. And I like said, and I wasn't even obnoxious about it. I go, yeah, kid, attaboy. Just reacting, right?
Mm-hmm.
This old man who looked to be anywhere between 60 and 70.
Yeah. He had
in
enough
front
of your
me.
crap.
So it's him, another old guy, and what looked to be their two wives. Kimmy, it must have been that.
Yeah. Final straw.
He turns around. He looks up to me. He goes, hey, why don't you shut the F up?
Oh, God. Buy that man a beer.
Yeah, because, I mean, listen, you only know what you remember you saying and doing, right? But I'm sure, in a game like that, you may have, like, cheered a little louder than you're saying, maybe said some
Because you're allowed to
things.
begin with.
Oh, look who's talking.
Yeah,
What am I
I
allowed?
just think like maybe you let it go a little further than you thought than you remember, just because you kind of black out in that moment.
You've
look.
been pounding beers.
Yes, that too.
And you get louder as you drink.
Okay.
And you get more obnoxious as you drink.
And you're also
Okay.
sitting in a suite, and those people were not, correct?
Club level. They're right in front of us. They're spending.
Okay.
Yeah, it's club
Okay,
level
I
seats.
didn't
These
know
are
if
rich people.
maybe there was also that factor going on too.
Look, I would understand that. And here's the thing, Kimmy, everything you said is absolutely right. All of that is very possible. If it wasn't for the fact that, this, Kimmy, when you're watching a game with people that aren't fans of the team that you're watching it with, there is a vibe amongst everybody. And everybody was smiling and everybody was laughing. I was on a first name basis with everybody sitting around me and going out of my way, Tommy, like you say, to use their names so they knew, I'm a good guy, right?
All right.
It was only him and his boy and his women that reacted this way.
Yeah.
So here's what bothers me.
What's the matter?
No, look, you want to tell me to shut the F up? Fine. Like, Tommy, we did stand up. You're not going to hurt me saying that.
All right.
Nobody around me did anything.
Well, yeah. What are they gonna say?
No. Everyone went quiet.
Yeah.
Oh, you wanted them to defend you?
Yeah.
Not defend, but like, let's giggle about it.
Okay.
Because
All
it
right.
got tense. Like,
Well,
I
maybe
look
you
at,
were also annoying them too. They were just too blind to say anything.
No, so Kimmy, here's the thing. Like, I look at our boss.
Yeah.
And like, what happened? He gives me this face, like wide-eyed. He like mouths "wow" to me.
Yeah.
And I look at this kid. His name was Ryan, like my brother, so it was easy to remember. And I look at him, and he gives me the hand thing where it's like, "Ooh, psycho cuckoo," like to his head. But none of them said anything.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, it's kind of awkward.
Yeah. I wouldn't have said anything.
What else could they do, really?
Okay, but you've put me in an awkward spot now because I'm not gonna stop doing what I'm doing.
Okay, so that's not putting you in an awkward spot. That's you deciding to continue to be a loud New York dick.
And you doubled down after
course you
that
did.
guy said that.
I
to you.
absolutely doubled
So-
down.
So Chippy
So you
Magoo
can't
just
really
starts chirping and chirping and chirping.
Blame
bro.
anybody else for your decision.
Right.
I got the most obnoxious I could have been as a human being. Because here's the thing, man. I was concerned. I was. I wanted to be a good guy. And
Yeah.
I was being a good guy, and I was building bridges, and we were having fun. I am conscious of these things, Tommy. I've been fortunate enough to go to a lot of Bills road games, right?
Yeah.
But when you break that seal, man, it's on you. And here's the funniest part.
What's that?
Like, this guy looks exactly what you think he looks like. If I had to put a direct age on him, I would say 60.
Right,
And he's
older
wearing...
gent.
So he's wearing a Mahomes jersey underneath like a World War II leather bomber jacket.
Okay.
Like he just got back from some museum.
Okay.
You know what I mean? And he's got white hair. And he says this to me. And here's the thing. I knew it was a reaction that he regretted immediately because I could see the look on his face when I stood up.
Yeah.
Like, not only do I have the high ground, as Napoleon would know in this new movie, that's, what are you going to do here? But like, I'm much younger and I'm much bigger than you. I'm not going to do anything, but he doesn't know that. You get what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. But what was funny, and I guess it goes back to the conversation we had about that 67-year-old man accused of beating his neighbor with a baseball bat for being too loud. His women were there.
Okay.
His buddy was there. He has now created this situation.
Okay.
So I saw the look of fear in his face.
His
Like,
buddy's face.
No. His own face after he said it. But I also saw the glance at the ladies and the belief that he now could not back down, even if I was going to make it a problem for him. Do you get what I'm saying, Tommy?
So what happened?
Nothing. I mean, again, that doesn't bother me. I let it go. I just kept being obnoxious, right? But he didn't say anything for the rest of the game. And here's the problem about running your mouth like that with 5 minutes left in a game.
All right.
how the game ended.
Well,
Yeah. Somebody's going to get the last laugh, no matter what.
And here's the thing. I didn't say a word.
You don't have to.
No, you know why? I wanted to. Because...
No, because that would have made you a bigger dick.
No problem being a bigger dick.
You got the walk-off, right? Like the Bills win. You don't have to say crap because that guy already knows.
Oh, no. I wanted to say crap. This guy, in his own home stadium with what I would assume are his season club seats, had to grab his stuff quickly and run out because of the way he opened his mouth. Like, you're now running from your home because you wanted to be a dick. And I don't get it, Tommy. I don't get it.
Well, he's old, he's crotchety, you're obnoxious as hell.
Yeah.
And you don't know when to be quiet.
Oh, my God. I'm telling you, man.
I saw this happen at the Bengals playoff game last year.
What happened?
I mean, just people kind of being dicks to opposing fans. And, guess who was the last one standing? You know, it's awkward, but I think it happens everywhere.
No, you're right. And it just sucks because it was such an amazing day. Like, these Chiefs fans went out of their way throughout the whole stadium, not just the folks I was sitting with, to make me feel welcome and talk about football. And, like, these folks know their football, right? It's a Midwestern football city, Tommy.
Sure.
You know, it's not like when you go to a city like Los Angeles or Miami where they're just there because the shirts look cool, right?
Yeah.
And for these two dicks to completely ruin what my vision was of these fans, what are you doing here?
But there's always going to be but you think like that one dick ruins it for everybody? Because I would say like as long as you have a, majority of your day, you have a positive experience with other fans,
Okay.
I would say that one guy is just, just a sad guy.
Sometimes people have that amazing day and it goes all day. They just have an amazing, great day. Pat somehow every time manages to find these people.
Oh, I don't know. If I were like going into this, Pat, like didn't you kind of think you'd run into at least one dick?
Yeah, but not in the way that it happened. Like I had been. All right, let me put it this way. You're right, Kimmy. I assume there would be some friction at some point because I've never been here before.
No matter where you go, I would think like somebody's going to be a jerk. So you have that idea going into it, so you're not disappointed.
But going through the airport, being in the hotel, going out the night before, I had been lulled into such a false sense of kind security by these Chiefs fans. It made it even more upsetting, I guess would be the word.
Right.
So will you be wearing your Bills stuff to the airport?
I am in the studio in Kansas City right now. 252
So
WCMF.
you're rubbing it in even more.
100%. 252 WCMF, 252-9263. I am broadcasting live from Kansas City right now. Kimmy and Tommy back in the studio. Went to the game yesterday. Two older people, an old woman between like 60 and 70, told me to go F myself, and then double birded me out of a car while I was standing waiting for my ride in front of the hotel. Didn't do a thing. And then this old man, as I'm having a great time, 5 minutes left in the game, tells me to shut the F up. I am currently wearing my Bills starter jacket and my Bills hat in this studio in Kansas City.
And you're going to wear that to the airport?
Well, yeah, man. I mean, why wouldn't I?
So do you think that there's a potential for somebody to call you out?
But for what? What am I doing?
I don't know. Kansas City should have won.
You're not going to
Bills
the game.
got lucky. Enjoy your Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Okay, but I mean, that's not
And here comes Flappy Pat running his trap.
Flappy Pat.
With his quips, thinking he's making friends and influencing people wherever he goes.
Yeah, and that's the thing too. Don't try to make friends. You don't. You can just sit there quietly.
That's why you get a bony flip off.
A bony flip off. He was my favorite Catskills comedian. All right, so here's what
I feel like you talk too much.
Of course he talks too much.
See, I would just put my head down, look at my phone, sit there and wait for my flight later. I know you're going to try to strike up a conversation with somebody.
Oh, in the airport? No, not in the airport. You know I hate talking to people.
I do, but you always end up with having these conversations and them going wrong.
No.
It's got to be something you're doing.
The airport, you're right. The bar, you're right. Walking around the hotel, you're right. I'm not going out of my way to find something. But here's the thing, and I understand Tommy doesn't understand this. Kimmy, I'm a little ashamed of you, if I'm being honest with you.
Ooh. Why?
I love sports. I love football. I love hockey, right? And I love it for the competition.
Yeah.
But what is the best about sports is how it brings people together, right? Like there were 70,000 people in Arrowhead yesterday, 60,000 of them pulling for the same thing. And the same thing happens in Buffalo. And I would not have gotten to meet these people or experience this city for the first time in, 20 years.
Yeah.
Had it not been for sports, like it brings everybody together. And there was that vibe in that stadium yesterday.
It brings everybody together until somebody loses.
Okay, but even
We're
after,
not together anymore.
Kimmy, walking out of that game, that loss was gut-wrenching.
Yeah.
Not a single person in a Chiefs jersey said a negative thing. They were slapping me on the back, and we were having a giggle. Like,
Well,
it
that's
was
a class
great.
act.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Class town.
Tommy, you guys say you run your mouth too much. You shouldn't talk to people. What's the point of going to these things?
Okay, but flip it around. You're leaving the Bills game. They just lost a close one to the Dolphins.
Ooh,
You're going to be slapping a guy in a freaking Dan Marino jersey on the back saying, "Good game, buddy. Good game." BS. You're not saying crap to that guy.
No, you're right.
You just
you're
got served.
right. You are right. I am not.
No, you don't want to strike up a conversation with, a guy in a teal and orange jersey.
But I'm just not saying anything, Kimmy. I'm just not saying anything. You know what it is? And this is what's weird to me about the age of the two people that did this. Now, obviously, that woman is in a car. She's running no risk of anything happening. And I'm not going to, attack a 70-year-old woman with bony birds,
Good call.
But, that older guy who's sitting in front of me in his Mel Gibson bomber jacket. You've been around long enough to know this could go really south for you. Tommy, it would make the most logical sense for a 20-year-old drunk guy to get up and tell me to shut the F up.
Yeah.
Right? Because that kid hasn't lived life yet. He thinks he's invincible. He's made a lot of mistakes, and he's going to keep making them. And eventually, life teaches you those lessons.
Well, and he only knows a team that wins if he's that young.
Sure,
right?
sure. Tommy, what's remarkable to me, and again, I think this goes back to the 67-year-old man with the baseball bat story in Wayne County we talked about. You have enough life experience to know that if I was a psycho, this is going to go bad for you. Really, really bad. So what is the disconnect in this old man's head between I'm going to say something versus if I say something, I could be brought out of here in a bad way?
Well, with that age?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's just pretty much you're old. You don't care
Just
anymore.
cranky.
You're
No, but
old,
that's-
you're cranky, you don't give a damn.
Yeah,
No, but that's when you should care.
But you don't. Because
Well,
you're coming towards the end.
And
you
it's
know?
weird how it goes. It turns into the opposite. Because I would think with age, you would think what can annoy you anymore because you've already been annoyed by so many things that your tolerance for things you would think would go up, but instead it goes the opposite direction, and you're even easier to make tick.
And I don't know what that guy's been through in his life.
Oh, shut up.
He could have been through. You assume. He's just this guy of privilege, but he could have went through some horrific crap in his life where this, you don't scare me. I don't know. Because you just don't know I don't know how his day started or what that guy is seeing in his life.
Mm-hmm. But
I
see,
mean, he could have been Kush. He could have been country club Kush.
but hold on. Even if he had seen some stuff, you don't know what I've been through, man.
That's true. That's
Right?
true.
I mean, you're right.
Everybody has a right to their feelings, Pat.
And again, it never crossed my mind to hurt this guy.
I understand.
Of course not. I'm not that kind of guy.
No, you've only brought it up 7 times.
But the point I'm making, Tommy, is there are several videos that exist that are all over Twitter every week of people that have no problem doing that stuff. So what are you thinking?
Well, he ain't. I mean, he could have had the buzz on like you did
Yeah.
too. I don't know.
Yeah.
Alcohol could have a lot to do with it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, thank God nothing happened.
Well, no. I mean, I don't know. I am a little disappointed in our boss for not standing up for me, like the Kansas City guy. Like, hey, man.
He's just keeping the peace.
Well, no. Like,
Yeah, what's he
You want him
supposed
to have
do?
your back?
hey, man, we're just having a good time here, man. Why don't you chill out, man? What's going on, man? All he did was fly me out here, put me in a suite, get me field passes, and then invite me to his home and continue to feed me and put me up in the hotel. How does he not tell this guy to chill out? Very disappointed in our boss right now.
Yeah.
Came up short.
I mean, Kimmy, have you ever gone to an away game for a team that you like?
Yes.
Okay, where did you go?
I mean, I guess it wasn't. I'm trying to think. I guess it,
Did you
it was
just
kind
make
of
up a
like
story to sound
no.
cool?
I was thinking it was kind of like neutral ground. It wasn't. It wasn't necessarily. It was neutral ground where majority of the fans were the opposite team.
Okay, but you don't have conversations with those people when you're in that game?
I do, but I think if it's a tense game like that, you kind of start just minding your own business. You know what I mean? I'm not trying to start anything. Would you have stuck up for a Bills fan that you thought was out of line?
Oh no, I tell that guy to shut up. I don't want that guy's a negative reflection on us. Like
Yeah.
I don't want that. Like you want to jump through a flaming table, you're taking your own safety and thing, but you're not going to hurt anybody else. Like when you start being rude, like they look at that guy and then they look at my jersey and they see us as the same person. I don't want that person to be that way. Like
You
if
have
the
to always be representing Kimmy when you're out.
she's not right. He's not wrong. He's not wrong.
So you will call out any Bills fan for their behavior.
Call out's the wrong word. I mean, like, let's talk. Hey, man, chill out. Everyone's
Hey,
cool.
we're better than this.
We are. We are better than this. Come on, Kimmy. You're not disappointed when you see some idiot
I'm
on like social
disappointed.
media?
I'm disappointed, but I'm not getting involved. Like I'm going to let those people work it
Yeah.
out amongst themselves.
Yeah,
Like,
let them
work
hang
it out.
themselves, man.
Okay.
I think the boss did the right thing.
yeah.
He may have been a little embarrassed.
By what? Having a really handsome, cool guy sitting next to him?
That guy was that good looking, the old
I wish I would have taken a picture of him, Tommy. If I would have texted it to you and told you what happened, you would be rolling on the floor in tears. I'm telling you, man. And by the way, his wife didn't say anything.
Well,
Stop.
Whose wife?
The guy's wife. What I assume is his wife. I mean, the woman that was next to him.
Oh, all right.
You would think at that point, one of the older women would have stepped in and been like, what are you,
Well,
insane?
you were probably annoying her too.
Okay, but you're going to let your husband get punched in the face over it?
Yeah, maybe she don't care.
All right, let's take a break. I got some bad news.
What happened?
Somebody's getting dumped today.
Dumped?
In fact,
Like a relationship dump?
yes, statistically,
Oh.
someone listening to this show right now has a relationship that is going to end. And we're going to tell you why next to the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Got some bad news, guys.
What happened?
Someone's getting dumped today.
Ooh.
In fact, statistically, somebody listening right now is going to have a relationship end. Because for some weird reason,
Yeah.
today, above all other days in the year, is breakup day.
Wait, this day.
This day specifically.
Why?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. So back in 2008, someone analyzed Facebook status updates and found that a ton of people break up exactly 2 weeks before Christmas.
Ooh.
Not only that, there tend to be more breakups on Mondays in general as opposed to any other day of the week. So the fact that the 11th falls on a Monday is like a super double whammy.
Okay.
So the prediction is this year, today, Monday, December 11th, we'll have the most breakups of any day throughout the rest of the year, period.
What are you going to do with all those Christmas gifts?
Well, maybe you haven't bought them yet.
Good point.
And you can get out of it.
Good point.
Pull the trigger before you shop.
Yeah.
So that's just it. There's a couple of reasons here. That's exactly what he brought up. One, I don't want to spend money on you. I'm not having fun doing this. We're getting the hell out. Two, they say that the stress of the holidays is enough to help your relationship get pushed over the edge.
It can happen, yeah.
Families involved. A lot of drama there.
Tension.
They also bring up the fact that if this is a newer relationship and you are now about to go do family stuff, you may not want your family to have to meet this person. Therefore, you're out.
Oh, yeah. If you're not that serious, you think it's not going to work out, why do it?
Or maybe that's when you realize you're not ready to meet their family. And that may also, you may realize you're both at different points in this relationship. Somebody's more committed than the other.
No, you're absolutely right. Like, yeah, that is always a weird conversation, whether it's being a kid and dating or, Tommy, you having to do this again as an adult. Like, when that person says, I'd like you to meet my family, and you are not ready for that kind of commitment, I mean, that's really crap or get off the pot time, right?
Yeah, it is. And the older you get, the harder it gets.
How so?
I don't want to go through this dance again. You know what I mean? Like, enough. I don't want to have to play nice just to play nice.
You are the least romantic person I've ever met.
But you know what I mean, man. It's a whole...
Well,
you
you're saying that's
it.
when you realize you got to go through all the same steps again of like meeting the family, all the firsts again.
Yes, I don't want to meet your old mama and, your brother who's going to give me the funja face. I don't need it.
I Don't Want to Meet Your Old Mama is my favorite Ribs Arkansas song.
I don't need your old mama drama and the funja face. I don't even know what it means. I don't speak Italian in my family. No, you know what I mean? It's a dance you got to go through, and it's a lot.
No,
It's
you're
a
not
lot.
wrong. Now, for those who don't know, again, we're talking about how today, the 11th of December, it's a Monday, will be, statistically speaking, the biggest breakup day of the year this year. Tommy, you went through this personally with one of your divorces. Like, you got it started breaking up right around this time of year, right?
Oh, yeah. I got the pipe Black Friday.
Okay, so a little bit before this one.
What's that?
I said a little bit before.
No,
the
but in
11th
the
of
general
December.
area of time.
Holidays in general.
Yeah.
So what's interesting about that is when it comes to a dating relationship, you can just say, I don't want to be with you anymore, and it's over.
Absolutely.
When it comes to engagements and marriages, there are lots of people, and you did this, you and your ex-wife, who won't tell anybody because they don't want to ruin the holiday.
Right, you wait till afterwards.
Just pretend for a little while.
Yeah, you do.
But what is the point of pretending? I mean, unless, a fight comes to a head where somebody says something they can't take back and then it's over, we're going to fight through this, right? Like, but if you're actively ready to tell someone, I would like a divorce.
Yeah.
Why would you not wait to say that until after the first of the year?
Well,
If you're going to have to pretend all the way through.
that's a good point. But I guess,
Aha!
all right. Yeah, that's a good point. That's
No, I mean, maybe-
I never thought about it that way, to tell you the truth.
And the phone number is 252-WCMF. Maybe I'm missing something here. Maybe there is a legitimate reason for it. And I get that everyone gets happy for their own different reasons and sad for their own different reasons. But it seems to me harder to fake it knowing it's over than just continue doing that dance until after the first of the year.
Yeah. But I mean, sometimes, they can't take it anymore. They have
just
to
not,
say it.
yeah.
They just got to get it out, I guess.
You can't even
It would have
fake it.
been easier to just to run the sham and not say anything and then pull the trigger completely afterwards. Yeah.
When that way you give it more time before you have to see everybody again.
Right.
And it's a little
But
bit
if
easier
you've already
to accept.
put other plans in motion and you're doing things, you may have to say it because they're going to start noticing this ain't
you
adding
can't,
up.
you don't have the answers to
Okay.
all their questions.
Right.
No,
Well,
you're
what are
right
you
about-
doing over here?
No, you're right about
Wow,
that.
this
Like,
house
when
has a lot of boxes. Why we got so many boxes?
Selfishly, what's funny about this, right? Like, with today being the biggest breakup day of the year, it's always around 2 weeks before Christmas. And again, Mondays, statistically, more people break up than any other day of the week. Selfishly, if I wanted to end this relationship, but I thought that person was going to get me something awesome for Christmas, I would just buy them something cheap and break up with them after I got that gift.
Oh, get the gift.
Well, why buy them anything at all if you're going to do that?
Well, because then you're a dick for not getting them
Or you
something.
kind of still being a
Yeah,
dick.
but they know you didn't try.
Right.
Okay, but I have the ability to be like, baby, I got you something. You're being ungrateful. See, you're materialistic. This is why this isn't working out. But I still really want their cool thing.
Oh, so you're doing it as an excuse.
Just to get that gift.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I just want the gift.
It had to be a hell of a
You
gift.
wouldn't feel obligated to give the gift back if it was something expensive.
Are you obligated
If you're
to give
if
the
you're
gift?
What if
planning
they
on breaking
want it
up
back?
right after.
What if they want it back?
In
Yeah.
a court of law, you have gifted this to me, therefore it is now mine.
I'd have to give it back.
I would too. I would just give it back. If you really wanted separation from this person, just take it and let's go our separate
Because
ways.
you got to forget, don't forget, if you're married and you have a house, you got a whole bunch of stuff you're going to have to negotiate here.
True.
Out
Yeah.
the door. So you better not
added
be a
something into the
dick.
mix.
So if they want it back, they can have it back. I'm thinking big picture here.
Yeah.
No, you're right. You're right. In that situation, you're right. But when it comes to just a dating
Oh,
relationship,
dating, yeah. You could do whatever you want.
can I tell you guys a
Scorched
story?
earth.
Go ahead. Tell your
Okay,
story.
So around Christmas time, I'm dating this girl. It's more of a physical relationship than anything, and she wasn't really aware of that.
No, she was a handful, maybe two.
No, this one was. Whew. So
Okay.
Christmas is coming up. She got me a Bills $300 sideline jacket.
All right, so she
Okay.
went top
Yeah.
shelf.
She went super
Something
top
you
shelf.
love.
Yeah.
It's expensive.
Yes, she got me other
Unique.
little really really cool things, and I got her Save the Last Dance 2 on DVD.
So not even the first one.
No,
Not
I
even
got
the good one.
Nope, I got the
So
one
did you get
Bargain
that
bin.
out of it? Yeah, the DVD bin.
Yes.
at Walmart. That's exactly where I got it.
That's all you got her.
That's all I got her. Well, I
But he
didn't
didn't
know
have
she,
any money.
and I didn't know she was going
Yeah,
so
but-
big in my defense.
Okay.
But you didn't have it.
But you didn't try at all.
No. But I mean, I didn't know it was that kind of relationship. I didn't know she was going to push it into that serious scenario. So I didn't know. So here's the thing: 2 weeks after Christmas, we end up breaking up.
Who broke up with who?
It was.
I
One
would
of those
hope she
mutual
broke
things.
up with you after that gift.
No, I think she was very patient and kind,
Yeah.
and I was a jerk. But I kept the coat. It didn't even cross my mind to give the coat back.
Would you have given it back if she demanded it?
I mean, yeah, just because I don't want. You're right. A clean break is a clean break. Take the coat back. We'll wrap this up. But
You didn't feel funny about wearing that coat,
no, I wore it for years.
and it didn't make you think of her at all.
Didn't really bother me.
Okay.
It is.
I mean, what-
Like something like that, that's somebody put a lot of thought into. I would just, even if I really wanted it, that gift is going to forever make me think of that person.
But it's so demeaning having to give the stuff back.
Yeah.
So I was dating this chick when I was working in the meat department, and we broke up, and I was a terrible person.
Yeah.
So it's like she demanded. So I owed her $50.
For what? What did you
No,
borrow?
I just borrowed $50.
okay.
I literally borrowed $50 to go out with another chick.
Oh my God.
So this all
Oh
got back.
my God.
So this all got back to her.
Okay.
And in the meat room, she comes in.
This is not the same story as the one we're telling, but continue.
No, but I'm saying it's so demeaning to have to give that anything
in
back.
that situation, yeah.
Any situation, but I had to do it in front of other people on top of that.
Okay.
And I
But
and
you
I
know
also
what? You deserved that.
But I didn't have $50. There is a reason why I borrowed the money to have sex with this other girl. You got to understand the predicament I'm in too. I'm under
The
a lot
one
of
you put
pressure.
yourself in?
Yes.
Yeah.
But it's so anytime somebody demands something back, that you have to give to them.
She had a right to demand that one back.
But even if they don't, it'll make you feel so effing small. So if that chick wanted that jacket back, it would be embarrassing. Even if there was nobody there, you had to hand it back. You were excited to get something.
Yeah.
And even though you were a jerk, and you deserved it, that handing over part,
Yeah.
it just sucks the life
But
out
at
of
least,
you.
once you hand it over, we're done here.
I know, but
you got
this-
your stuff. There's no argument to be had.
But it's like burning your hand on the stove. Yeah, it's gonna heal, but it's gonna take a while.
yeah.
And no Tylenol is gonna fix this.
He's not wrong. I mean, it does
Yeah.
seem easier. And like, here's the thing. I kind of feel like you're a bigger dick to ask for it back than you are to keep it and not think about it. No, I'm serious, man. Like, why make this go further and make it more uncomfortable? You're just doing this to be petty.
But you would
bought it.
understand if it was an expensive thing why somebody would want it
Yeah, but
back.
they're also making you crawl.
Yeah.
They're making you crawl, man. And they
And, like,
know it.
And I had, worn this coat for 2 weeks by the time, after we had broken up or up until we had broken up. So you can't return it.
All right.
Yeah.
You just kind of
It's just weird you didn't want to give it back.
No, I'm telling you, Kimmy, it was warm as hell. I mean, you know what it's like in that parking lot. I got a big old
Do
puffy
you still
Bills
have that
jacket.
coat?
No, I got rid of it.
I don't
when
believe you. You
I
don't
never-
get rid of anything.
I never paid that chick the $50. I stiffed
I
her
didn't
completely.
ask you. I don't think I wanted to know the ending to that story.
I didn't have it.
Kimmy, it was a fat guy coat, and then the zipper broke on it, and then I just never wore it again.
All right.
So in the end, I guess she won.
Yes, she
Yes.
did.
We come back, we wrap it up, we tell you what we're doing tomorrow here in the break room on CMF. This holiday season, all your wishes are coming true on FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, because right now, new customers get $150 in bonus bets with any winning $5 moneyline bet. That's $150 if your team wins. If you've been thinking about joining FanDuel, there is no better time to get in on the action. The app is so easy to use. There's a wide range of betting options, including spreads, player props, over-unders, and more. So visit FanDuel.com/Duffy and kick off the NFL season. FanDuel, official partner of the NFL and official partner of 96.5 WCMF. 21 plus and physically present in New York. First online real money wager only. $5 pregame money line wager required. $10 first deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. For help with a gambling problem, call 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY. That's going to be your Rapparoo.
Audio post-game Monday Rapparoo.
That's right. Monday post-game, Bill 7-6. Playoff hopes very much alive. We are super late. We got to get out of the way. Big thank you to Derek, our engineer, for putting this all together while I broadcasted from Kansas City. Big thank you to you guys for making it work back in Rochester.
Oh,
Anything we could do.
Yeah. Just sit back and do the show.
We got to come back tomorrow. I'll be live in studio back with you guys. I can't wait to see you. It is a Tuesday. You know what that means, Tommy?
Oh, tomorrow we got that new hot segment.
What's
that
it
thing
called?
we've been doing for like 2 years now. That new thing.
Where's Kimmy bitching in the hood?
Where they whining just after 9 o'clock, and a whole bunch more fun stuff, I promise, here in the break room on CMF. For Kimmy, you wouldn't have even had fun if she come anyway. You know?
Yeah, totally. That's what I think.
Okay,
Not any fun.
I'm so hungover, I'm afraid I'm going to puke on the way to the airport. I'm definitely going to puke on
That
the plane.
I'm not jealous of.
That's what I'm saying, and you would be in the same boat I am right now because we got
100%.
after it yesterday. So, Kimmy, it all worked out.
It did.
For Tommy Muley, who, if I was in the studio, just seeing his face would make me want to puke. My name's Pat Duffy. We'll see you tomorrow morning live in studio, 6 a.m. in the break room on 96.5 WCMF.